Good things come to those who believe, better things come to those who are patient, and the best things come to those who don't give up. Namaskar and pranamam to all the esteemed dignitaries, the guests, and to all of you gathered here on this auspicious day. I am Anika Maria Ajit,
And I'm Christina Clara Anthony.
your host for the day. Confest 2023, an industrial event and award ceremony, brings together experts from the engineering, architecture, and construction professions. This is a national level event taking place in India that includes all professionals in these fields for the first time. CP Construction is honored to host this conclave and expo.
Coming together is the beginning. Keeping together is progress, and working together is success. Now, I invite Mr. Gauri Dasan Nair, the editorial chief of Construction Philosophy magazine, for the welcome address.
Friends, thank you very much for joining us on this day when we have tried to mount what we consider to be a rather ambitious initiative to bring together some of the finest minds on engineering to Kochi to interact with professionals, with students and aspiring engineers from different parts of Cochin and Kerala as part of this construction philosophy, construction conclave and expo. We are a 4-year-old organization and we have had a tough going, and that goes without saying because we have all had a tough going during the COVID times. But we have persisted. And we have tried to do many things, imagine new things, and we have tried to bring quality to the software of engineering per se. In the sense that we have been trying through our magazine to discuss issues connected with construction industry, and which in itself is not a monolith, which has different streams, different branches, different specializations, and also different value chains. So we've been trying to look at all that in a comprehensive manner through our magazine. And we are currently on a digital mode after the COVID setbacks, but we are bouncing back to a print mode once this program is over. But when we have been both on the digital and on the print, we have been trying to reach out to the really serious people among the engineering fraternity, and we are glad to say that we have been fortunate to interact with some of the best persons in the industry and people who have been very, very gracious to communicate with us and communicate with our readers through the columns of the magazine. So we have given a new twist to our name. We call it CP, because it is easier for the younger generation to connect with us. But construction philosophy is the name to which we stick. You know, when I heard this name for the first time, I was a little amazed. I asked Nebu Abraham, the man behind this whole idea and this project, what do you mean? Is there a philosophy to construction? I don't see much philosophy in construction these days. But he said there has to be a philosophy. And when we interacted with our mentor, Dr. Ishidharan, he was very, very convinced that this is the best name for the magazine, where we need to bring together the entire idea of construction in its diverse forms with a kind of philosophical understanding about life, its sustenance, its sustainability, and its continuance in a changing world. So we have tried to stick to that idea. We have struggled to stick to that idea, but we are persistent and we wish to go ahead. And we are so grateful that, some of the finest exponents in different branches of engineering are here today to join us for the inauguration of this program. And I'm particularly grateful to the columnists, the writers, and the senior functionaries of major uh, industrial and construction engineering institutions and organizations in this country who have taken the time of their very busy schedule to be here with us in Kochi. And particularly so in the case of Sri Loknath Behra, an old friend, which I think our friendship started way back when he was the Commissioner of Police in Kochi in the early 1980s, and who rose to become the state police chief, and who actually, which is a very, very tough challenge, uh, who left his post in a glorious manner to take up a new challenge, which is of closer to heart for the CP magazine. So I formally welcome Sri Loknath Behra to the midst of all this august audience to inaugurate this function. Thank you very much, sir. I must name a few. I may have to leave out a few people, but please bear with me. I have with me Sri A.N. Prakash, who has come all the way from Bangalore. I have Sri Ganesh Iyer, who has come from Bombay. I have Reddy Soman, I have Dr. Jimmy Thomas, I have Dr. Veerappan, then Dr. Verghese Johns, and Ankur Modi, and many others from many institutions joining us for this program. Pardon me if I have not listed all the names. We are grateful to the various organizations of various engineering organizations, Builders Association, and other organizations who have associated with us to make this program a reality. So may I now, with your permission, invite Sri Loknath Behra to formally inaugurate this conclave and expo. Please.
Along with Mr. Loknath Behra IPS, I invite members of IGS, KSUM, IEI, BAI, APS, IPA, GRACE, ASGC, and ICI for the lighting of the lamp.
friend Sri Gauridas Nair. I didn't know that actually he will write also on engineering. He used to be prolifically writing on politics to social things, economics. Now another avatar is engineering. It's great, Gauri Saab, and we are really proud of you. And very distinguished persons in this small gathering, including Prakash sir, who has all the way come from Bangalore, and other people, many of whom I know. Look, actually, if you go by the mythological figure like Vishwakarma, so all of you are Vishwakarmas of this present day. We are the people to just go and stay and enjoy that. I always wonder, there's a story in Mahabharata about the palace of illusions. And when the palace is built and Duryodhan is being called to visit the palace, and he thinks that it's water, but it's not water. And what he thinks that it is not water, it is water. Kind of things actually illusion. But this kind of things also have come up. In the modern day, Vishwakarmas like you have already actually produced these kind of things many places in this particular country and outside. Look, what happens is that I will only talk actually, I was amazed with one thing. When I came to Kerala in the year 1987, I was amazed to see the buildings here. Though I belong to Orissa, we have very important actually palaces and temples and all those. But the most striking thing which actually appealed to me and I got really floored is the houses the Malayalis build. With all actually due respect to Prakash Saab and others, I have never seen, I am a very well-traveled person. I have never seen such kind of aesthetics anywhere in the country. Take the example of a simple person who is making a 2 BHK house. He also goes to the aesthetics, the convenience, how it will be cleaned. There are very interesting concepts in a Malayali's house. For example, there is a work area with the kitchen. There are very fundamental things which will make everybody in the house happy. And the color, the kind of tiles they use, the kind of decors they use, super, sir. I mean, I have not seen anywhere because I stayed in many places. As you know, actually I worked outside Kerala for more than 16 years, being in Delhi and Kolkata. I studied outside also. I visited many of the places. The kind of aesthetic, the kind of buildings they make is a thing to be seen. It is because two things. One, the person's idea of living and your Vishwakarma touch. I was telling one of my friends, I built a house here. My batchmate from Odisha, when he visited my house, he said that, look, the combination of the tiles which have been used and the joints in the tiles are not seen. How it can happen? I said, look, I will tell you the hilarious part of this. The workers who actually worked here are from Odisha only. But they don't do that kind of thing in that place, but they do it here. So, what is the actually magic wand you are having? And I wish that magic wand to be always held by you. But you have also drawbacks. I will also tell the drawbacks in terms of when we build infrastructures or we build big IT buildings. When I was actually in Trivandrum, I used to go very frequently to the Techno Park. Now I go very frequently to the Info Park. I was very surprised to know that most of the iconic buildings of the IT majors are not built by our people. It's all built by people from Gurgaon and Bangalore and all those places. Why? I asked one of my good friends and your very senior person, all of you must be knowing, Mahesh, architect, Mahesh Iyer, he is like a brother to me. I said that, sir, why it is so? He said that we have not delved into that particular aspect of building IT buildings. So when I went to the UST Global building, I am very, very fascinated about, because anytime I feel like actually seeing a good building, I go to UST Global building in Trivandrum. It's very beautifully made. And it is all pre-engineered, prefabricated, and lot of convenience. So we have to actually go into the things which are coming or which are in vogue right now. I was very surprised. I was telling Prakash Saab just passingly, we have very good builders here, very good engineers here, but they have focused their thing in a particular direction only. Therefore, when I am actually going for a tender we are going for a tender now for 1,200 crores, I don't find a single person from Kerala. Or when we are appointing a GC or a PMC or whatever, they are all from outside. So that particular gap you have to bridge. We have the infrastructure is money and infrastructure is nation building. Therefore, rather than actually only focusing onto the apartments or houses of the individual, which are also important, you have to go for major constructions or the bridges, etc., etc. I'll give a small example. I wanted to make an iconic building for the IIM Kozhikode. Their campus in Cochin. The director, Devashish Dada, I call him, is from Kolkata. He told me, in Bengali, he told me that you must build a beautiful building for me. Anyway, I got it designed through IIT Delhi. This is a 5-storied building next to the QSAT metro station. We had actually around 95 cents of land which has been given to build this. And that building, I wish I would have actually brought that particular engineering part to you. It is actually made 55,000 square feet only. 55,000 square feet to be constructed in 180 days. And that particular building, I assure you, it will be look-wise better than UST Global. It's a very unique kind of design done by some of the students and the teachers from IIT. But when I tendered, trust me, not a single person from Kerala was there. Now this has been taken by a person from Chennai. When you know that we have a shortage of aggregates, the boulders and other things, and you are increasingly becoming dependent on the pre-engineered and prefabricated structures, why you are not able to become competent? My 11 stations which I am going to make for the second phase are all pre-engineers. And I will be the happiest person if a person from Kerala takes it. And because I went for this particular thing, saying that I have to complete this thing in time, so 7 months time to build the stations. This can be only possible if we think in a particular way. As you say, as in civil engineering, you say time is the essence, etc., etc. But in Kerala, unfortunately, we actually prolong, the cost of the project goes up, then it gets delayed, and it's a vicious circle. Therefore, your actually progress in your mind and innovations in your head is important. If you say that, look, you take this example. When years back, Kerala houses were not built by the masons or the persons who do the painting or something. It used to be made by the Perindachans, the carpenters. The best of the houses are there in Godupala, these places, and so many places, beautiful houses. They have stood the actually time also. From that we have gone to the concrete. Now in concrete, I have nothing against concrete. But the question is that when you are having short supply of the material and the people want today, my son probably will like that you make a house to live there for 10 years. After 10 years, we will change this house. I don't want the bedroom to be facing that side. I want it to be changed. How do you do it? You have a not built house. You know that I was telling, when I built the house, I built a, outhouse, small house, where my security guys will there. I will also work. I have a small gym. It is like 700 square feet. Done in 18 days. 18 days it is over. But that kind of things you have to necessarily bring as construction philosophy. Today the person wants, if you go for the housing sector, wants it should be done quickly, it should be beautiful, it should be very useful. That's what he wants. And Gauri Saab or myself, we are supposed to say old generation will say, no, I will be having this. But the modern generation, they want that way. You have compact flats. When I went to Tevra, the flats are so beautiful, sir. 1,000 square feet, it is so beautiful. You don't have to do, everything is in hand's reach. And you have the smart homes, these kind of things are all there. So what I have wanted to say is that when you are talking with people like Mr. Prakash and Mr. Ganesh Saab and all these, think about what is coming next. Now, there is a revolution in getting the materials. You have choice of materials. Earlier, you have to have only anchor kind of plugs or something. You have now, I don't know how many brands are available. Similarly, what are the going to be the claddings, these, that, all these are there. One other thing I would like actually tell you, though, which is very crucial, which I have issued as an order when I was in the police, and I issued the order when I actually took over the KMRM. I said all the buildings which are to be made should be zero maintenance, maintenance-less. So you come to my office. Everybody actually who comes to my office says that how did you actually think of this concept? My office is built in such a way, it will not require maintenance for the next 50 years. There is no painting required, nothing to be changed. How do you do it? You leave something actually that, then in a moist climate you have to paint next year. Think about those things because you have proliferation of material available. It is only your question of how to use your brain to get that particular thing. I'm not talking about structural engineering at all. When I saw a video, a 5-storied building in China is built in 24 hours during the COVID time, I was amazed. Now 2.5 lakh square feet of an apartment complex in Chandigarh has been built in 1 year time in pre-engineered methods. So we have to necessarily think in those times, and as you have studied engineering, the fundamentals have not changed, the methodologies have only changed. So kindly actually bear my actually thing. When I was in IIT, I was studying in the IIT that time, we used to actually think, some of the people used to think, what is coming next in the construction? That time also they were talking that how to make this quickly. You just see this hanger. 25 years back, this kind of hangers were not there. When I was police commissioner here, I used to not have air-conditioned hangers, and it can be raised in 2 days, and such like a house. So, whether it is housing, whether it is bridges, whether it is anything construction, please innovate.
And lastly, I would say, don't stymie, don't actually suffocate your younger engineers. I saw that in my own eyes. I am the boss, I'll say what I say, you do it. Whereas that small girl, she will be coming out with a new thing. She will say there should not be a sink in that particular corner of worker because of these reasons. But the elder always goes with a perception or a mindset, saying that, oh, I did that everywhere, so let it be like that. But that means we have ignored her, you have actually pulled her down, and probably that was the better solution. Why do we think that what we gave is the best? Therefore, give the younger generations, I'll tell you, in many of the projects, including the water metro when we are doing, many of the ideas came from the younger people who are below 30. And whatever they say, I accepted that. So, the aesthetics, there are many engineering concepts which have come here. Now, the younger people, I have actually opened an AI group. How the AI will help me in construction. And we are working on that. So, let us actually see that we have to progress, we have to survive also. And both the things have to come. So, as I said always, jokingly I will say, you know which is the word which has been most searched in Google? Just go and ask this question to Google. It is innovation. That is the word which is searched maximum time in Google's. And without innovation, you can't actually survive. So I actually have a small story to tell you before I end. This is what is actually called innovation. You know, this actually person called Steve Jobs who brought Apple. All of you who are using the Apple products, he is the person who conceived everything. Unfortunately, at the age of 20, he started building, along with one of his friends, the Macintosh in a garage. And at the age of 30, he became a billionaire. And by virtue of Apple Inc. But for some reasons, he was thrown out by the Apple board as the CEO. But after he goes back, he gets into a depression for 3 months, according to him. Then he comes back. He brings the picture for which you are seeing the movies, the way you are now seeing. Nest and other things he did. When the Nest was acquired by Apple, Steve Jobs comes back to Apple. The board appoints him as again the CEO. So as a nostalgic trip, he goes from one room to the other, seeing the headquarters which he built. When he goes to a room, then he finds a boy working on a table something. Then he goes, there's Steve Jobs, then they call, hi Steve, you are back. They don't call sir and other things, like us. He said, yes, I'm back. Then he asked, what are you doing? He said, I'm developing a music system. Ah, good, good. Then Steve goes towards the exit door. Then the boy asks, Steve, tell me where the speakers will be. Without a wink of eye, he says, keep it inside. And you got iPods. That is innovation. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir, for your fruitful words and for showing us another perspective to do better in our field and to think about the future. I also thank you for your presence in kicking off this auspicious moment as the event begins to bloom. I would like to invite Mr. C. Gauridasan Nair and Mr.
Can I please invite Prakash sir to come and present the presentation?
I now welcome Mr. Nebu Abraham for expressing his gratitude for Mr. Loknath Behra.
Good morning, very respected Mr. Loknath Behra, IPSD, and other dignitaries of the dais. If I intend to go for a lengthy speech, I might get a little nervous because, as Mr. Gauridasan sir has mentioned, this is kind of our new launch. We have come all the way, we have traveled through the hardship times, difficult times, and now we are at the verge of relaunching our printed version of our magazine. And Confest is another vertical that we have started intending to bring the best minds of construction to one single podium. This is a place where we network, and as our mission statement itself indicates, we build communities to build our business. So we are trying our best to bring together communities, network, and gain some insights, and gain knowledge, and progress to a better future of construction. I would like to thank everyone who is here joining us for this auspicious day, especially the renowned speakers who have come all the way from different states, different cities to bless us with their presence. Thank you all, thank you one and all for joining us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now welcome each and every one present here as we move on to the first talk section of Confest 2023. Mr. K. Ganesh Iyer manages the most complex engineering challenges in India today. Because L&T is involved in some of the biggest public infrastructure projects in India, the diversity of challenges is unimaginable. And we are fortunate to have the man who heads the operations of L&T and all of its projects with us today, in order to comprehend the significance of sustainable infrastructure for economic development and to be aware of the difficulties associated with sustainable infrastructure in India. I invite Mr. K. Ganesh Iyer, Head of Bridges and Metros Department, L&T Infrastructure Engineering Limited, to enlighten us with his knowledge.
Good morning, everybody. I am pleasantly delighted to be in front of you. Before I sincerely tell my thanks to the construction philosophy organizers and the organizers of Confest 2023, especially to Mr. Nebu Abraham, who had invited me to be in front of you and to share my thoughts about the sustainable infrastructure and its role in the economic development of India, particularly to India. And as Nebu was telling, I had been here when the CP was launched at that time, about 4-5 years back. Now again I am back, and I am very much delighted to be part of that magazine. This sustainable infrastructure is a very wide and profound topic, as all of you know. There are various means to achieve this sustainability. In any of the projects which we see, the sustainability can be achieved in different means. Topic is very wide. But since my the relevance of that one is more towards the transportation infrastructure. I will confine myself within that area because it is close to me. And as Bhaira Sab was telling, this he was talking about, okay, in the general sense he was telling, he has set the context already for this sustainable infrastructure. He was talking about the availability of materials, different kind of materials, how it can be given back after 50 years of time. Everything comes under the large gamut of sustainability in whatever we are making. And see, across the globe, you see, across all the countries are very seriously looking forward and had implemented also. In a lot of places they have implemented sustainability in the infrastructure. And that the sustainability infrastructure also shows how responsible a country, because we are taking a lot of things from the nature, and how best we can give it back to the nature without altering its constituents. That is what it means. So I'll just go through a few slides which I thought that it is relevant to the topic. And since as I told you, the topic is very wide and profound, there can be a lot of other things, streams also will join in the course of the discussion. We will have a lot of things to join. So we'll just move forward. The agenda of this talk, I just wanted to take it like this. That first I will just introduce what is a infrastructure everybody knows, but what is a sustainable infrastructure, that we just consider what is sustainability in infrastructure, and what is the principle and elements of sustainability, mainly that we will see. Then what is the core elements, what it stands for, infrastructure, sustainability, what it stands for, we will just see. Then what is its relevance to the transportation infrastructure, how we can make it work, and what are all the pointers of economic development because of this. See, as all of you know, the infrastructure itself is a pointer to the economic development of the country. But what does it mean to have a sustainable infrastructure as a pointer to the economic development? That is what we'll see. This UNEP, UN Environment Program, they have given a very apt and very concise definition for sustainable infrastructure. This is like this, it goes like this. Those that are planned, designed, constructed, operated, decommissioned in a manner that ensures economic and financial, social, environmental and institutional sustainability. See, just to explain this one, we may be thinking what it can do at the planning stage. So definitely it can do. I'll just tell you, of the projects which I had been looking off late, mainly the highway projects, surprisingly I came to see that we had seen that there are a lot of vehicular underpasses are there, foot-over bridges are there, concerning only the humans. But I had seen some projects where there are animal underpasses are there and reptile underpasses are there. So that shows that at the planning stage itself, how we are close to, how far we are close to how much we are close to the nature. That will get reflected when you plan the infrastructure itself. So that is one way of looking at things, that how sustainable that infrastructure is going to be. Design, then after the planning, the design stage comes. Design is mainly how well, like Bhaira Sab was telling, that how well it goes with the environment, how well it is absorbed in the environment itself. That is where the design comes into picture. And constructed, this is the place where we need to have some very, very rigorous trust is required at this construction aspect of infrastructure. Some 85% of the construction cost goes in the material itself. So how far we can optimize? One is the optimization of the material, that is commonly known to everybody, and how far we are taking those materials from the nature without disturbing the nature. That is what the construction materials is all about, and the methodology, how it is going to be constructed without affecting the normal life in a city. If it is a city, how it is being constructed without affecting the normal life in the city. That is the methodology of construction. So this construction encompasses the material as well as the methodology what is being adopted. Another very relevant point is how it is getting decommissioned. Once just assume that an infrastructure is built for 100 years and it is going to be lifeless, or it is going to finish its life after 100 years of service. How are we going to give back that one to the nature? Because we have taken a lot of things from nature. How best we are going to give back to the nature after the life of the structure without altering? We are taking like cement. If you see cement, we are taking a lot of materials, natural materials from the nature, and how best we can give back to the nature without altering the system. That is how it is a decommission is talked about. With all this facility of infrastructure which is built for the mankind, human mankind, how it is going to improve the economic and financial situation of one city where it is planned. That is very important. How it is going to give you a benefit, economic benefit, how it is going to give. The next one is that social, how it is going to impact the society as a whole. So that's why there is a concept called a public hearing. As all of you know, before launching a big project, we will have a public hearing that you have to take along with the planners. We have to take the society as a whole. So how the facility, how far is the reach of this facility to the society is what which makes it more sustainable. That is the other thing. And environmental, as that is a thing which is now widely talked about, is about the environmental impact of whatever structure we are going to make. And all these things as a whole bundle is what UNEP is terming it as a sustainable. If you can follow all these things one by one in that order, then UNEP agrees that okay, that is a structure which is built as per the sustainable criteria. Why we need? We are having infrastructure that is known. Why it has to be termed as a sustainable infrastructure? There is only a very limited source of material available in this whole nature. So how far we are going to take those materials without much altering the composition? Because anyway, man cannot make any material by his own. So we are going to take everything from nature only. But how far we are going to use it as such from the nature? That is what it means, that it is scarcity of resources. So we have not only a limited supply of the resources, how best we can utilize the thing for the maximum usage, how we can make. Next one is that over exploitation of nature. This indiscriminate usage of nature is what is all about regarding the sustainable infrastructure. We should be mindful of how we are going to use the nature as such. Are we over exploiting? Are we going to indiscriminately use the environment? So that makes the sustainability very relevant for this present world. Finally, we have to see a balance between the nature and between what we are making. There should be some balance. We cannot over-exploit the nature. So that makes the sustainable infrastructure relevant. And then comes the climate change. The more you exploit, the nature will show its true color that we had seen in a lot of places, that how it is affecting even in the Himalayan ranges, where we see a lot of earthquakes and other natural calamities we are seeing, all because of this climate change and over-exploitation of things. So how we are going to make this sustainable infrastructure is more relevant at this point of time. Finally, what are the benefits we will get from sustainable? There are 4 benefits which are as per the UNEP. There are so many benefits are there. I'll just These are all the 4 benefits which you will get from sustainable infrastructure. As I mentioned earlier, socio-economic benefits are there. In all these 4 benefits, what we are going to derive from sustainable infrastructure, few things which in fact the transportation infrastructure as a whole, fraternity of civil engineering as a whole, if you see is the economic benefits what we get, mainly this resource efficiency, energy efficiency, global energy issues, environmental protection, all these things comes under the umbrella of construction. And inclusive development of a society. The development of the development should reach all the strata of the society. That's what it means, that inclusive development. And what are the financial benefits we are going to reap from this sustainable infrastructure? That also plays a major role. These are all the benefits we will get from the sustainable infrastructure, implementation of sustainable infrastructure development. Before implementing any infrastructure, sustainable infrastructure, there are few principles which all the countries are nowadays following. Mainly people, for all our infrastructure is aimed at people, and of course the nature as a whole. So how people are going to get the benefited, how planet as a whole is going to get benefited, and what is the profit and what is the value it is going to create, that structure, what is the value it is going to create in this system. That is, these 3 encompasses the principle of sustainability. There are 3 core elements of sustainability when we talk about transportation infrastructure. We look forward. Now, if you see, there are a lot of projects which are coming in India itself. I'll go to those slides when I discuss economic and financial part of the presentation. Lot of investments. So, how we are going to utilize that one? By improving the environmental condition, improving the economic condition, and improving the society as a social benefit. What are the social benefits we are going to get after implementing this infrastructure? So, all these things, if we ensure that these elements are met, then we can tell that, okay, this is now going towards the sustainable infrastructure condition. Environmental sustainability, mainly comprising of sustainable forestry, water management, sustainable agriculture, efficient lighting, sustainability in construction, renewable energy, zero waste. So there are few things, this is the general sustainability examples of environmental sustainability. Out of this, maybe construction is most relevant to us as per the topic. This is the most relevant thing, that sustainable construction, how it is being practiced right now in the industry, I will explain to you one by one. Economic sustainability is known, how it can be we have to mainly focus on how the economic condition can be improved for all the segments of the society, how it can be improved. Then it will be well accepted, that infrastructure will be well accepted by the society as a whole. So, and the investment what is made for the infrastructure is equally distributed to all the segments of the society. That makes it, that is also called green economy, that makes it more sustainable. And there are some sustainable business practices are there. Each of these things, when it is practiced, this is given by UNEP, actually United Nations have given all these sustainable practices. If each one of these are practiced within our business, we can ensure that sustainability is achieved. Out of this, if you see transportation is energy use, greenhouse emission, waste reduction, and how the product is designed for life cycle, how it can be recycled, how it can be reused. whatever, and how to maximize the life cycle of a project for a bridge. For me, I'll tell as a bridge or whatever structure we are making, how to maximize the life cycle of it. All these things comprising of the sustainable practices in business. Being talked about regarding a general talk about the sustainability, at that time I was telling you that 85% of our construction cost goes into the materials as well as the these machineries what we deploy. So to make a project sustainable, you should have the maximum naturally available material has to be used. And what all the materials you are going to use, that I will come to that one. There's concrete we are using, steel we are using, aggregates we are using, lot of, because concrete is the main thing what we use in the infrastructure. How to make it green, how to make a green concrete. Another one is that there are a lot of byproducts which are being generated by different factories. Different factories have got a lot of byproducts, chemical factories. There are a lot of byproducts which are coming out from the chemical processes, and that is going waste. How to reuse those byproducts into our construction industry is another topic which can improve the this sustainability of a structure what we are making. As I told you, the one biggest material what we use in the construction industry is concrete. If we can attend to the how to make that one green, then most of our problem is solved regarding the sustainability. And for the concrete, as you know, the cement is the main content, and 10% of, you will be surprised to know that 10% of the carbon dioxide emission is coming from the cement production itself, because of the burning of fossil fuel and thermal decomposition of the calcium carbonate. So this is the main this carbon dioxide emission for the concrete material, and that is a single one item. If you take it as cement production, that is ranking in the third for the carbon dioxide emission. So once we start cutting down this carbon dioxide emission, then that makes it more sustainable. So how to make the concrete green? These are all the various ways now it is practiced in the industry. Maybe the doyens of the industry will be with me when this is being discussed. Fly ash is now used as an admixture in the concrete, and GGBS, which is from the iron slag, which is going as a waste. About 30 kg or something like that, if somebody can tell that one. This is being replaced as part of the cement. And silica fumes, all these things, and limestone fines, all these things are cement substitute. If you are talking about a high grade concrete which requires a cubic meter of concrete as the cement content, we can replace about 100-150 kg with all these substitutes, which can reduce the usage of cement without changing the property of the concrete as such. So this is one way of looking at how to make the green concrete. Next, natural resource what we are over exploiting, to say like that, is the aggregate. So once we got a idea of how to have a substitution for aggregates also, there are various studies are going on in different universities regarding the aggregate substitutes. A lot of PhDs have been awarded for finding out the aggregate substitutes. Rubber is a very good substitute for the aggregate. Glass is there, broken glass pieces, and other plastic materials which are bio non-degradable. Expanded polyester, again bio non-degradable. Rices, sawdust, groundnut shell, etc. There are n number of products which can be substituted without compromising on the strength of concrete, which makes the concrete green. And I tell you now, a lot of projects are now and state governments are making a lot of these are facilitated. All these what is our vision? What is India's vision? How it aligns with the infrastructure, sustainable infrastructure development, and how that is pointing towards the economic development of the country. I will concentrate mainly on the budget, the recent budget 23-24. Very ambitious vision. India government has got a very ambitious vision of making a sustainable development. Mainly it is into four, it's a general vision statement only. It is governance and healthcare, education, built environment and resources, and transportation. See, if in that vision, if transportation is there in their vision, India government's vision, that you know that how much concentration, how much importance they are going to give for the transportation development. It is at par with the healthcare. So you can just assume that what is the development they are going to make in transport infrastructure. Mainly tier 2 and tier 3 cities, development is going to come. Everywhere the metros are coming up. So I'll just go one by one to see what is the development in transport infrastructure which is going to come. And once there is a development, then there we should look for how to make it more sustainable, more green, how to make it more adaptable. All these things are where we planners have to look into. With that vision statement, government has come out with the outcome, the benefits what we are going to get is that many cities will see improved quality of life. And delivery of integrated infrastructure, that I think you will appreciate the last mile connectivity. Now we have got lot of projects which are coming up, like bullet train which I am associated with right now, and there are a lot of metro works which are coming out. When the last mile connectivity is absent, then you will not get acceptability in the community. So the last mile connectivity is what they are talking about, integrated infrastructure development. Along with that, different modes, how to integrate different modes of transport. All these things are covered in the integrated structure. And for the smart cities, now that is the main impetus what government is having in front of them, that 16,000 crores of allocation for the new initiatives for sustainable cities for tomorrow. So that is all that smart city development is what they are telling. Self-sustained cities, which is self-sustained, that they are developing. And tier 2 and tier 3 cities are where the new development which can happen. So there are a lot of scope for making an environment friendly structure. And as earlier I had mentioned, when the society at a large will get benefited, what I meant is of two things. One is the facility what is being given will be used to by all the stratum of the society. That is one thing. Second thing is that locally available products and the resources will be used to the maximum, so that the local people and the local community will get an employment. There is a way of employment generation, which is also termed as a sustainable development. Acceptability of the infrastructure will be there. So that is the Make in India program that government is now seriously pursuing that one. And where we stand, where India stands, what is the advantage of our country for the development of the infrastructure? If you see, as a very fast developing nation, we are developing in a very fast manner. So there is a demand, and the ambition is that we should have a 5 trillion growth. That is, now it is 3.5 trillion USD, I think. Now within 2025, the aim is to become $5 trillion as the growth, which is at par with any of the developed countries. So we are in that path. The main pointer for the economic development is the improved transportation. That has to be ensured. Then only we will have a growth of that magnitude. If it has to be made real, we should have a robust transportation system should be there. So there are a lot of developments, as you had seen. Dedicated freight corridor is there, metros are there, bullet train is there. A lot of development is going on. A lot of highways are being built. Now ministry's ambition is to have 75 kilometers per day, which we cannot think. When about 10 years back, when this NSDP, National Development Program, Highway Development Program was happening, it was about 20 kilometers per day. That itself was very tough for us to make. Now it is 75 kilometers per day of road work is what it is targeted right now. So a lot of developments, robust demand is there, and there are attractive opportunities are there. And what will happen with this development? You will bring in lot of investment, lot of it will attract a lot of technocrats into the business. You will see an overall development, and in order to bring in the technology, there are a lot of MOUs are already signed. For example, now this bullet train project, fully the Japanese transfer of knowledge is happening right now. So with one project of 500 kilometers between Mumbai and Ahmedabad, the next project, maybe Delhi, Varanasi, or maybe Chennai, Bangalore, I don't know, whichever it materializes, we will have our own technology. So that makes this technology advancement also. That is an advantage now we are having. Developing country only will have that advantage actually. Then there are policy support. All these things needs to be supported by the policies of the government. And there are a lot of policy changes are there in order to facilitate the investment, as well as now you see there are 50-year interest-free loan is given to state governments for implementing all these transportation infrastructure. And this 108 lakh crores, all mind-boggling figures actually. All this money is going to be spent on, it is already spent in different stages of implementation. It's only different stages of implementation, different projects. And in order to bring this money in, there are a lot of funding agencies are also invited, and they are also doing a lot of funding. ADB, World Bank projects, a lot of World Bank. If you see transportation infrastructure, there are ADB projects are there in Western Dedicated Freight Corridor project. World Bank funding is there in Eastern Dedicated Freight Corridor project. JICA is there in JICA is the Japanese Investment and Cooperative Agency, and they are funding for the bullet train project. A lot of investments are coming. They want to see a sustainable growth in India, and that is why they are investing into the India. So that makes us an advantageous position. For the sustainable development of the infrastructure, there are budget allocation in this budget, the current budget. I just referring to this current budget only, just to, you may be knowing that I just brought it in front of you so it is concise and you can appreciate that one. The total outlay is 10 lakh crores for the infrastructure, which is a 33% jump from last year. So you see how much is the importance it is given for infrastructure projects, which comprise about 3.3% of the GDP, and the 2019-20 it is 3 times. It has grown by 3 times, and 50% of 166 lakhs crore of project is for transportation sector only, and there are about 4,000 projects in road and bridge sector alone. Now you might have seen there are separate departments are being formed for northeastern province, where there are a lot of projects are coming up. So it's an overall development of the country. Is a lot of potential is there. It is all opening up. So what I meant to say in this one is that my idea to project all these things is that there are ample opportunities for us to grow here, and how we planners have to make it a sustainable growth. That's all. Our responsibility is only that. All other things are already made by the government. As a planner, how we are poised to take it forward as a sustainable growth. Now, railway sector, if you see, this 2.3 lakh crore is the targeted revenue, and already 1 lakh crore revenue is August 22 is already achieved, which is 38% more year on year improvement is about 38% more, huge jump. And urban freight is expected to increase by 140% for next 10 years. That is so all the logistics associated with this one, you will see lot of developments in lot of sectors. So within next 10 years, you will see 140% growth in the urban freight sector. And India is going to be the third largest construction market by 2024. So that makes us more responsible. Our growth also should be very responsible. As I told earlier, a responsible growth is only measured in terms of how sustainable infrastructure you can make. That much is a responsibility which is confided within engineers ourselves. And there are 5-year plan, 12th 5-year plan is there, which is also 83 lakh crore is supposed to be spent on transportation, and 40% of this investment is going to come from private sector. This is all just information. As I was mentioning, just for your appreciation, government is very committed to the investment in infrastructure. They are going to invest lot of money on the infrastructure. But engineers have also got a responsibility to give back to the society. How we can, but there are a lot of impediments. It's not that easy, as all of you will agree. It is not going to be that easy to implement infrastructure, sustainable infrastructure, because we are all bound by codes of practices, which shows the guidelines how to design a bridge and what all the materials you can use and what is the limitation and what is the concrete strength and other things we have got. So once we start adding, though we know there are research papers are there, as I told earlier, lot of research papers are there, how to have a green concrete to be made. These are all the abstract of various research papers only. But how to implement that one requires a thrust from the Codal committee, which is going in different senior doyens here will agree with me that it's all in different stages of implementation. We will get it through soon. And how to make CO2 emission least. So when we plan, when we design, at that time itself we should be mindful about how to reduce the carbon dioxide emission. And the infrastructure what is being developed, it should not be confined to a specific group of people, or it should not be confined to a particular stratum of society. It should be more uniform, equitable, what we call as equitable distribution of the asset and acceptability by the people. That should be there, and whether that is going to be having an overall development. So with that, I think I had come to the end of the presentation. And thank you very much for listening to me. And I tried to cover up most of my thoughts into that one. You will have more inputs, which I think we will be sharing it in the coming talks. And thank you very much for the patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for going through this profound topic and making it easy to understand the material methodologies required for construction of sustainable infrastructure without causing any material depletion. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Benny Matthews Abraham, Chairman, Indian Geotechnical Society, and Mr. Nebu Abraham to hand over the memento to Mr. M.K. Ganeshaya. Thank you, sir. Mr. Freddie Soman, General Manager of Matter Lab ULCC, is a highly experienced constructionist material specialist with an impressive career spanning over 25 years. His expertise lies in the fields of construction materials, testing, quality assurance, and quality control for various projects. With a unique blend of practical knowledge and master's degree in geology, Mr. Soman excels in managing the establishment, development, and operation of materials testing laboratories. With his exceptional knowledge, technical skills, and vast experience, Mr. Freddie Soman continues to make significant contributions to the construction industry. His expertise and dedication have earned him a stellar reputation among the industry professionals and clients alike. I welcome you, sir, for the next session on mastering the art of continuous improvement in quality management.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to all dignitaries and distinguished guests out here. I'm really privileged and honored to be here. Thank you, Mr. Nebu. Yes, I'm going to my topic. Actually, as previous Ganesh sir also mentioned, it's a vast topic actually. Trimming down to 30 minutes is very difficult task, but I want to justifiable with the time, as I think it's going behind the schedule. I think I'll try to trim short into 30 minutes. Okay, moving on to the topic, mastering the art of continuous. Actually, I'm coming to the importance of quality management system in the project, in the construction projects and everything. We'll go through the continuous improvement, that side and everything. When we come to next slide, no. Some issues there with the pointer, sorry. Okay, anyway, let's ready. Okay. Whatever may the type of organization, all organization in the construction sector should have a management system that can be based on, that can be any of these three, no, three or more, or it can be a combination of two or three. That's the first one, quality management system, then environmental management system, health and safety management system. And when a organization have a management system which is either based on two or more than three, it is normally termed as in the integrated management system. And even the organizations have the leverage to go for more than three management systems as well. Nowadays, sometimes some companies in Europe and everything, they are going for logistics management system, and that is up to that's a choice of the discretion of the organizations. I will go a little bit fast actually. If anybody wants to stop, you can. Then ISO. Then we come to first one, ISO 9001:2015. It is focusing on customer satisfaction by meeting the requirement. That is the main objective of ISO 9001:2015. When we come to ISO 14001:2015, that is focusing on minimizing the impacts to the environment due to our actions. Whatever may be the construction projects and everything, whatever activities we are doing, there would be some impacts to the environment, but our aim is to, that standard's aim is to minimize the impacts to the environment. Similarly, when we move on to ISO 45001:2018, it is providing safe working environment to the employees by minimizing occupational related injuries, and also making the public also risk free for that project actually, the access and everything, the people surrounding the project and people coming to the project and everything, making public also risk free. These are the three general standards being used for construction projects. But there can be other standards also, other management systems also could be used. Then we go to the quality management principles. There are normally 7 principles. The main, this thing is main of ISO 9001 2015 are based on these 5 principles mainly. That is, first is customer focus, second is leadership, third engagement of people, process approach, improvement, evidence-based decision making, and relationship management. I'm not going in detail in all these points, but some points are very important, like process approach, because when we talk about improvement, process approach is also very important. That's why I'm just sticking on to that one. What are the processes? As you all know, every system, there are some interrelated and interacting activities which converts, which transforms input to output with the use of support of resources and controls. That is called as processes. Many such processes together constitute a system. Whatever it may be, maybe a purchase management, purchase system, whatever it may be, many processes. There are several processes in a construction organization, like purchase process is there, like bidding processes are there, HR processes are there, then plant and transport processes are there. There are a lot of processes would be there, and each what a process is actually set of interacting and interrelated activities that transforms an input to output with the support of control and resources. Then whatever activity we are doing, that can be, there are 2 measures are there. It can be either effective, it should be effective and efficient. There are slight differences there between effectiveness and efficiency. Effectiveness is the extent to which our planned activities, whatever activities we plan, up to the extent to which the planned activities are realized and the planned results are achieved. That is the effectiveness. Whereas efficiency is the relationship between the result attained to the resources used. Maybe it is difficult to understand maybe, but if I tell an example, for example, we said we actually allocated assigned 2 teams, like team A and team B, to cast a culvert. And team A casted it very well in 20 days with some resources and everything. Team B also did the same job, but they used maybe more than resources, more than what actually required. Then it is not efficient, but the effectiveness is fine, because both the team complete the job in quality, on time, without any issues. Then effectiveness is perfect, but efficiency is under danger, because team B used more resources than required. That's why whatever activities, whatever processes we do, that's effectiveness and efficiency should be taken care of. Then we can see that processes. A good organization, normally how it happens actually, they have to understand, they have to determine what are the first, if I'm going to develop a management system, whatever it may be, first we want to understand what are the processes involved in the management system in an organization, then determining, understanding and managing the interacting and interrelated processes as a system contribute to that organization's effectiveness and efficiency. Otherwise, the efficiency and effectiveness cannot be attained. That's why process is very important for an organization. Effective management of the process, understanding and managing. That is the strength of an organization. That's why it is very important. That's why you can see here in that sketch, process A, B, C, D, there are a lot of interacting interrelated processes. Sometimes the output of process A could be the input of process B. This way several processes, every organization would be having lot of processes. Then most of these processes are interrelated. Sometimes HR process, without the HR process sometimes the execution team cannot work. Similarly, bidding, when they go for bidding, sometimes the information they put it in may be tangible, maybe intangible. That's why the processes, we should understand what are the all processes and manage it well. Then we move on to the continual improvement. Actually, the successful organization all should have a very good focus. Whichever organization is successful, they all should have a very good focus on ongoing that improvement should happen automatically. Ongoing and continuous improvement should be there. And in this session, we will discuss about various tools, how it can be, the methodology. Normally used methodology for continuous improvement is PDCA cycle. Every process, every activities, whatever we plan, this all should go through PDCA, plan, do, check, act. This PDCA cycle. Then then we can attain improvement, continuous improvement. Then what is plan? First comes, the P stands for plan. Plan is establish objectives and processes that necessary to deliver results in accordance with the customer requirements and the organization's policies. In the next slide, it will be more easy. First slide, first one, planning, that is establishing the objectives and processes. Second is do, that is implementing. Whatever plans we already scheduled, that is implementing. Third one is check. C stands for check. Monitor and measure the processes and products against the objectives and the requirement of the product and report the results. That's the check. Then fourth is the act. Act means whatever report resulted, after the check, what are the results, that should be taken care of, the actions should be taken to improve the process. And this cycle should repeat. That is the continuous improvement. That every organization should have a system, should have maintained this PDCA cycle and the continuous improvement. That is simple. Even when we go to simple, plan it, do it, check it, action it. What we say normally, what is planning? This is process and procedures. What needed to be done for any organization or when we plan some activities, what we needed to be done, that is the process. And how it is going to be done, that is the procedure. Then execute, then audit and inspection, that is check it, action on it, that is corrective action. And when we say in short, in simple words, what is actually PDCA cycle, what I told is, say what you do, like documenting your procedure, do what you say, and prove it and improve it. See, that is the continuous improvement. If we go through every our activity or any organizations, all our activities, if we continuously, if we subject that to PDCA cycle, we can achieve continuous improvement. What is the benefit of continuous improvement? Then if an organization goes to that one, it can enhance the compliance and the control and cost saving, and ultimately it will save the cost. A lot of cost savings will be there. And when we come to quality, then I just going down to the project level and everything. Now, when we come to the project level and everything, quality, when we speak about quality, the quality should come at the early stage itself. Whenever we speak about quality, that should not come at the end of the project or the finishing stage. It should come from the conceptual stage itself. Then there is a chance for value engineering as well. That I will explain in the next slides and everything. As I mentioned, value engineering is the ratio of function to cost. Then if we wanted the value to be increased, either the functions to be increased or the cost to be reduced. Then if you want the value engineering and everything, the quality, all these concepts should come as early as possible in the life cycle of the project. Then only it will be the value engineering process could be more effectively exploited. Little fast I'm going. Quality assurance. When we always speak about quality assurance and quality control, it's very, very, very difficult terms actually. When even some of the QAQC engineers we are having, when I ask them, what is the difference between quality assurance and quality control? Some of them find it very difficult to answer it actually. It's simple. Quality assurance takes place before a process starts. It gives the confidence that the requirements will be fulfilled. That is a quality assurance that I will explain through some examples and everything. And quality control goes with the process, along with the process, or reactive, or after the process completed. But the other one is proactive actually, before the process starts. Quality assurance before the process starts. When we take an example from our day-to-day life, if we go for a long drive or something, we make sure that everything for the vehicle, tire pressure, the glass mirrors, everything is ready, tire is ready, okay, petrol is there. These things are like quality assurance. That's the same thing. When we plan to cast a foundation or whatever it may be, we make sure that survey, first thing to set and to mark to mark it out and everything. That one first the survey equipments, everything should be perfect, and the benchmark, the DPM, everything is correct. Then the surveyor should be we should have a experienced surveyor to do that one. The survey equipment should be, otherwise it will go wrong. Similar like when we plan for concreting, enough material is there and the storage is perfect, like this thing, then only we can produce. That type we are arranging everything. That is quality assurance. And when the actual jobs goes on, that time we put some measure, check, control everything. That is the quality control. Then we come to quality and operation execution of a project. We are all involved with a lot of projects and everything. When we come with the quality at the operation stage, we should take care of 4 M's. We all should, whenever we got some root cause analysis or we want to do some failure investigation, whatever it may be, we should always take care of 4 M's. We should think about 4 M. Either it can be, first one is manpower, machinery, material, methods. If we set all these 4 M's right, the project will be perfect. And whenever we plan anything, when we plan a construction activity, whatever it may be, we should always keep in mind about these 4 M's. If we make sure these 4 M's are perfect, our project activity, everything will be perfect. Then apart from that one, in my experience, only one element can play a role, that is E, is environment. Because I have involved in a lot of investigation and everything, when we go through all these M's, when we investigate a failure, there are some problems, issues and everything, we go through all these, whether this M is correct, this M was correct, whether this M was correct, then all M would be correct sometimes. Then we have to go for or if all this M is perfect, then there would be chance that the E played a role. That is environment, humidity, temperature, these things and everything. Because I had some example also in the past actually. Sometimes what happened actually, in one project actually, they put swimming pool tiles and everything. At end of the day, when they filled the water, all these tiles got lifted off. Then we checked everything, manpower. They used the right manpower, right people, trained tile fixers and everything. And they used the material was perfect. But finally, the problem was the temperature issue. That material was not compatible for that particular environment because there in Middle East it was actually, that temperature was, normal temperature was even 49 more than 50. But the product will not work for temperature more than, because we did a lot of full of test and everything. Then we proved that actually the material was very good, but it does not work if the temperature is more than 45 degrees. Similarly, if all the forums are okay, there is chance that only environment. When we come to the manpower, that means every project, every work, whatever work you involve, you want to set all these M right. Then I'm just giving you some tools on how we can make all these M's are correct for your projects and everything. First we come to the manpower. First we have to identify the right competency for the manpower, for the people, for the workers and everything. What is the competency required? Then the recruitment. Then the next step is the recruiting the right people. Then it is not finished. When they're going on, then when they are onto the board, they started the job and everything. We want to evaluate them. We want to do continuous evaluation. Then we want to train, and sometimes what happens actually, some employees will not be that competent what we require. That doesn't mean that we want to take off that employee from the payroll. No. They have to train and improve them. That's why training and development. That means the right manpower. In order to fix the first term right, we want to identify the competency, recruitment, evaluation, training and development. When we go to the next term, machinery. Similarly, when we go for machinery, we have to do a lot of exercise. Similarly, we have to make it right. The machinery is perfect for your work. That's why we have to go through first identification of right machinery. Same like sometimes people are going for breakers, this thing and everything. We bought a breaker. End of the day, it is not suitable for breaking that particular strata, maybe rock, maybe very hard or something like that. End of the day, it is of no use. That's why you want to identify the right equipments first, then purchase. It's a calibration and maintenance also very important. Then coming to the third M, right material. Now, the very important one, right material. First M, manpower. Material is right, then coming to the right material. In order to make sure that we are using and continuously using right material, we want to go through, we should have a quality assurance test plan for your projects. We should have some ITPs, inspection test plan, regular ITPs. ITP is inspection of the activity. Then MIR, we should have a material inspection request. Every material we want to inspect, it should be inspected and approved for the projects. I cannot go elaborate, no time is there, that's why I'm going a little fast. Okay. Now, right methods. Last EM is right methods. In order to make sure that is the last EM. If you set all these EM, the project will be perfect. The last EM is the methods. You want to make sure you are using right methods. That one, we are using some tools for our projects. One is project quality plan, then method statements, formats, checklists. These are the tools we are using to make sure that we are using not for one time. That is what actually continuous improvement. If we do something right, that doesn't mean that for that project. That means our across the board, our all activities, our future activities, everything should go in quality. Then we should have to make sure we have to go through all these procedures, process and everything. Okay, now I will give you some flyer on. We will have a brainstorming on what is non-conflict. It's very important for every project. If a project is successful or a project is going very healthy, we can say how the project manages non-conformance well. Depends on that one. This is a successful project. We can say a project is successful or a project can be successful. Lot of learnings we could get from the, if we are able to manage the non-conformities. That's why every company, if you are anybody in the construction, if you are all working maybe in the construction industries, we should be able to manage the non-conformance well. That's why when we come to the non-conformance, what is non-conformity? That is actually failure to meet the specified requirements or deviation from the requirements or the quality or the compliance. That is called as non-conformity. Then what is important is how there could be failures, there could be problems daily, maybe sometimes the paint failure, sometimes concrete cracks, sometimes concrete segregation, whatever, honeycombing, whatever it may be. There could be problems in the projects. But how a project is healthy, we should have to able to manage these failures. That means we have to manage this non-conformity well, then the project would be very successful. That's why you should be able to do this failure analysis. And that's first what you want to do. If there is a problem, one example I will tell you, there's a paint failure. When we applied a paint, that paint is peeling off firstly. Then first what we will do, we will repaint it. That is a correction only. It will not be permanent remedy. If it should be a permanent sustainable remedy, we wanted to find out what the root cause of it, and that root cause should be eliminated. Then only it can be there will be a permanent solution for that issue, for that failure. That means you should all have to learn how to find out a root cause analysis, and that root cause should be eliminated from that one. Then only the issue is completely sorted. Okay. And that is called corrective action. Correction and corrective action. There's a difference between that one. Correction is the immediate action taken to address the problem, address the issue. Corrective action is the root cause, eliminating the root cause, that is corrective action. In that paint case, one example I will tell you, then it will be more clear to you. There is a paint failure. Then what we do actually, normally paint color fade or maybe paint is peeling off, then we repainted that one. That is a correction. Then what we'll do, we will find out a root cause. Recently we had an issue. When we did the root cause, the problem was the substratum should be maximum moisture in the substrate. They clearly mentioned in the technical specification, the maximum allowed moisture in the substratum was 12%. But when we checked the moisture, after the paint failure, there was 40% moisture was there. Then the paint will definitely failure. Then firstly we wanted to make the structure, make the substrate damp proof. Then only that is the root cause is the moisture. Moisture there, that has to be eliminated. That means the structure has to make damp proof. Then only we have to repaint. That is the corrective action. One small example only, there are a lot of these things you have to go through. It will take time, that's why I'm going to the next slide. Okay, that's what actually, if we, without understanding the root causes, if we do something, that will be a superficial treatment of the problem only. That means, if you want to go down, drill down to deep, and take the eliminate this. That is a root cause analysis. That's why whenever there is a non-conformity, there is an issue, you want to drill it down, you have to go down, find out the root cause, then it has to be eliminated. Not the surface treatment. Surface treatment will not work. This is a bond diagram. Japan is mostly used for a burger issue, similar thing. You can see that whenever there is an issue, you find out a root cause analysis. You should go through all these CM. They are doing all these CM. And also I think environment is there. Measurements, personal, this all will come in the procedure. Similarly, normally as a thumb rule, what we do actually, whenever a non-conformity comes to me, what I do, we have to ask why this 5 times. That means sometimes what will happen, we'll get a cause, but that will not be root cause. If you want to reach to the correct root cause, why, there are a lot of examples of that, but I don't have time to explain that one. That's why you have to, whenever there is an issue, you want to ask yourself why, then why, 5 why. Then you can reach to the, that is the normal thumb rule we follow normally. Then we can reach the correct root cause. Then only the correct root cause will be eliminated. Then we understand about the project and quality management system. Some important points are identifying the risks and opportunities. This is not a safety related risk and everything, quality related risk and opportunities. ISO 9000 standard is also specifying to identify some risks and opportunities. What is a risk? Just you want to understand. Risk is the effect of uncertainty. It's simple. If anything which is uncertain, we are not very clear about. That lot of things would be there, a lot of attributions, assumptions would be there in a project we are applying. From the building time to the handing over time, lot of assumptions, lot of uncertainties we are applying in the project. These type uncertainties are called as risk. Then identifying the risk and mitigating it is the professional way to manage the projects. That's why it's very important to identify the uncertainties. Then effect of uncertainty. One example, if I tell you, the material shortage. I'm telling about that. Material shortage is an uncertainty. When the life of a project, when the life is going on, the project is going on, there are some chances that sometimes lorry strike, sometimes a trade union strike or whatever it may be. There may be chances that some strikes may occur, some strikes can occur. But that's not sure for that life of that particular project. But that is a uncertainty. Then the result of uncertainty, that is risk. What is the risk in that one? The project time delay. If we don't get the material, one way the cost will increase, that's a risk. Second one is the project will be delayed. But that is a risk. That is the effect of uncertainty is called as risk. That means if you are a good team member of a company or a good team member of a project, you should have to identify what are the risks associated with your project first. Then you should have a mitigation plan. How to eliminate, how to reduce the impacts of that risk. That's the mitigation. You should have a mitigation plan in place. Okay? Similarly, opportunity also there. That is not that I don't have time to explain much on that one. There's a positive thing to the other way. Some risks can be opportunities as well. Then the quality objectives. Every quality management system should have some quality objectives. The quality objective should be, we call it as SMART. It should be specific. S stands for, it should be specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time bound. That is SMART. Whichever objectives we should, we can also call it as KPIs, key performance indicators or objectives. We put it in, that should be measurable. If we are not, if that objective is what we set it in, not measurable, it is something like that, we don't have objectives. If I have an objective, it is not measurable, that as same as I am not having an objective. Okay, that means whenever you set objectives, keep in mind, bear in mind, it should be SMART. Then examples of quality objectives. Some examples I just noted down, reduce the reworks by 20%. Now the previous year, what were the reworks for the project? For example, I'm the head of quality in ULCCS. What we set as in our quality motto actually, being right as the first place. Then everything almost perfect. Because rework would be less. Okay, that is what. That's why if we put a target, you can put like, you have reduced reworks by 20% from the previous year. Then you can create the, you can set your own objectives. Some examples I wrote down. Then coming to the end of the session. Now coming to the documents and records. There are some mandatory documents and records you should have to, any organization have to maintain as per ISO 9001 quality management system. Then you have to understand what it is. There is document record. There's a difference between document and record. What is document? What is record? Because document is a document is live, it's live. But the other one is a dead. Record is a dead one. Document is prescriptive of what we are going to do. And record is an evidence of what we have done. For example, one small example I will tell you. Every month attendance sheet or whatever maybe you people are using. That is when we put everything for the last month, April, I put the attendance sheet and everything. That after that it became a record. Because I was using a format to put in the attendance and everything. That was a document. But when I used that one and I input the parameters in it actually, then it became record. Okay, and record is a dead document. We cannot revise it, but the document can be revised. There's some basic differences actually, and you have to. There are some what we do actually. This one we put it as a checklist like actually. Whenever I go for an audit, I normally check. This is actually if somebody wants, they can take photo or anything. This is a nutshell. What are the documents required? Mandatory requirements as per ISO. These are the mandatory documents required. I don't have time to explain each one by one. That's why. Similarly, these are some mandatory records required. Whenever we go for a project, for an audit, I will go through all these things, whether that record is there. Then I used to use this as a guideline document. Guideline, okay? Each point by point. These are all mentioned, these are all given illustrated in the ISO 9001 document. Okay? Thank you. Then one more thing, I think 10 minutes I can take. Actually, I am representing Matter Laboratory. This is one of India's biggest laboratory, but many people would not be knowing about that one. I'm same time I'm the head of quality in ULCCS, but same time the general manager of Matter Laboratory. I like few minutes from you just to introduce about this laboratory. In the first talk, Loknath Behra sir actually mentioned about the pull-off test. I'm telling one small example from you. 2 days before, I think now our people are there in Pamban, that in Tamil Nadu, to do a pull-off test of that bridge. That means this lab is well equipped, well capable, well efficient. This is like a one-stop shop. I request you all, whoever out here, you can come and visit that laboratory. That is one of India's biggest laboratory. And now about more than 100 tests are accredited to NABL. Now NABL scope is also going to this have large portfolio of testing from geotechnical, from the beginning of the project to various life cycle of the project. We can get assistance like the geotechnical investigation, designs and everything in the conceptual stage to material testing, even concrete durability, like this all then special product testing like geotextile, GFRC, GRC, all these composites panels, whatever it may be, we have facility to do testing and everything. Concrete, a large bit of testing facility we are having, and some small videos we will expect on that one. Okay, that will, whatever I'm explaining you, rather it can be demonstrated through the video.
Organizations from various industries throughout the world seek for a multidisciplinary testing facility in alignment with global standards and technology advancements to meet the increasing demands of their customers for quality reassurance. And technical services provider for everything concerned with quality and performance of materials and products. What we offer is a bold promise of certainty to those sectors where failure in service is simply not an option. Our exceptional testing facilities are a testament to our promise. Services offered by Matter Lab cover a plethora of sectors ranging from buildings and facilities to roads and airports, infrastructure to rail and light rail. Our parent company has a very long history and heritage that spans over about 95 years, which we are justifiably proud. We are an amalgamation of its traditional values of top-notch quality, transparency, and engineering leadership. Matter Lab, where quality matters.
Manager and BDM Nandan is here. If you want any assistance, any information or anything, they will be out here to help you out. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving us knowledge on the various standards, principles, and the process approaches in quality managing systems. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Reggie Zakaria, representing Indian Concrete Institute Coaching Center, and Mr. Nebu Abraham to hand over the memento to Mr. Ferry Sowan. Thank you, sir. Dr. Jimmy Thomas, Vice Chairman of the Indian Geotechnical Society in Kochi, is a highly experienced and renowned consulting engineer specializing in geotechnical engineering, geosynthetics, reinforced soil structures, and pavement engineering. With over 25 years of industrial experience, he has made significant contributions to the field. Currently, he serves as a consultant to the UNCCS Limited, TechFab India Industries Limited in Mumbai, and Titan Environmental Containment Limited in Canada. Additionally, Dr. Thomas holds the esteemed position of guest professor at IIT Gandhinagar. Throughout his career, Dr. Jimmy Thomas has focused extensively on geosynthetics and reinforced soil structures, playing a vital role as a geotechnical consultant in numerous major infrastructure projects. His expertise and knowledge have been sought after by industry-leading organizations and companies. Dr. Thomas served as the Vice President of the Indian chapter of the International Geosynthetics Society from 2020 to 2022. Currently, he holds the position of Vice Chairman of the Indian Geotechnical Society, Cochin chapter. I welcome you, sir, to share with us your knowledge of soil complexity and variability.
Thank you for the introduction, and good afternoon to all the delegates and colleagues and friends who have assembled here. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Nebu and the team of Construction Philosophy for inviting me to share some of my thoughts on this topic of geotechnical engineering. So, as noted in the topic, my main aim will be to highlight the variability and complexity of soil behavior and to bring out how it is slightly different from other materials, the man-made materials which we use in construction projects. So if you look at the role of geotechnical engineer, it is slightly different from other disciplines actually. If you look at the major divisions like structural engineering, transportation, water resources, environmental engineers. So these are the people who are building projects which are useful to society, which does a useful function. And our role is only just because all these projects has to be constructed on the surface of earth. So like it may cause some issues. So our role is mainly to support our colleagues in that actually. So the good thing is like we will be associated with all disciplines, but the bad thing is we can get an entry into the project only if others allow us actually. So my role, one of the main objectives of my presentation is to plead for the case of geotechnical engineering. So I would like to give a simple demonstration like how soils are different. So what I'm going to do, like we are all familiar with it, nothing new in it, but I am just going to compare a column versus a pile actually. So one is above the ground, both are very slender RCC members which are subjected to loads actually. But one is above the ground, other is below the ground actually. So let us briefly look at the various aspects. See, first of all, like the column, it is constructed in a formwork actually. Like, so the dimensions, the structural integrity, it is very easy to ensure. Like, but what happens to the pile? So we can have like different situations. So if it is a dry ground, stable ground, we don't need any formwork. We make a hole and fill it with concrete actually. Sometimes we use a permanent liner. So it gives a very good formwork, so we don't have to worry about the shape or like that. Sometimes we use a temporary liner, say up to 4 meters, 5 meters, 6 meters. We cast the concrete, then we extract the liner. This can cause problems because if the concrete sets and the liner tends to pull the concrete, we'll end up with problems. And most commonly, we use either bentonite or like the polymer slurry. That gives the formwork actually, which can have problems. There can be cavings, a lot of issues can come. So we end up with a lot of problems actually, like that. Another is the column of course, above the ground, it is visible and it is dry. Whereas the pile, most of the time it is below the ground, we cannot see what is happening.
and most of the time the concreting is below water, which causes many problems. So now let us look at the capacity. Like in the capacity of the column, it depends on the dimensions, the quality of the concrete, the end support conditions. So which are fairly well understood actually. So there is a good control on that. But what about the pile? So the pile derives its capacity from skin friction. That means the frictional strength of soils around the pile and the end bearing resistance. So it depends on the type of soil. And what we do? It is a natural ground. We have a few boreholes. From that we try to interpret at a particular pile location what are the expected layering. But in a project, if there are 100 columns and 4 boreholes, like we don't know, like exactly at the borehole, we know the exact ground conditions, exact layers. But at all the column locations, we are not sure actually. So from the borehole report, we are trying to interpret. Of course, when you're doing the drilling, we can always verify if you take adequate care actually. And another important thing is, okay, based on the geotechnical report, we have assumed certain conditions, but our construction process is going to modify it. Like if it is a driven pile, it may densify the soil. It will also increase the lateral resistance. The ground is going to improve. But most of the time, in the case of both piles, most cases, it is going to loosen the soil actually. So soils are weaker than earlier. And sometimes what happens, like if the water tables are different, inside the borehole, water level is lower and outside is higher, there is upward seepage, like loosening. And sometimes even the act of withdrawing the drilling tools may cause a surging action. Again, a lot of things are happening actually, a lot of uncertainties. And sometimes what happens, if the slurry, if the sediments are not properly clean, the pile may settle. Many times when we test the pile, it happens, the settlements are excessive. Why? And we are all familiar with the famous example of our metro pillar, which settled by a few millimeters, and a lot of time and effort was spending in correcting it. Like. So these kind of things keep happening. Then another is like if the column, once we remove the formwork, we are able to see, inspect. In case of if you find anything wrong, we are able to correct it easily actually. But in the case of piles, it is more difficult. It is not impossible. Nowadays we have a lot of techniques actually. Pile integrity testing, a lot of technology is there, provided we use it actually. Now, I would like to compare concrete with soil actually. So, the concrete, we add the materials like coarse aggregate, fine aggregate, cement admixture, water to a mixer, then you mix it. So out comes a more homogeneous product actually. There will be variability, but the variability is sort of random actually. So with a proper statistical approach, we can get a reasonable, like we work on the basis of characteristic strength or 95% confidence limits, things are in control actually. But how the soil is formed? It can be either sedimentary soil, which means the original rock was there, it gets weathered, it gets transported, and it gets deposited elsewhere like that. So again, this is not a random process actually. So if a river carries sediments in the hills, the big boulders, pebbles are deposited, comes down, the gradient is less, velocity is less, sand gets deposited. And once it comes to the coast, when the velocity is very low, probably silt and clay deposited like that. So the variation is not random, it is accordance with the natural laws actually. The other possibilities, residual soils. That means soil gets weathered and formed in situ. So here it could be like wherever you see the profile, like we see soil, then completely weathered rock, then different grades of rock actually like that. And there could be abrupt variations laterally and vertically. Sometimes what happens, for example, a bridge pier has a large pile group. So within the groups itself, the pile lengths may vary drastically. And sometimes the bore log, we should get at 10 meter, we should get hard rock, but sometimes we may get at 6 meter or 15 meter like that, depending on the. So all this kind of variations, these are inherent actually, and we have to deal with it. And another difference is, in the case of the ground, the variability is not random actually. So we cannot blindly apply statistical procedures actually. So sometimes the weak pocket may be below a column actually. So we cannot just simply take an average and design based on that. These are some of the examples actually, like how the variability is. So this was a project here in Kochi. So if you look at this, at a certain depth, 10 meters, we have a layer of laterite, which is reasonably competent. But below, again, like soft clay, then again some laterite soil. So at around 80 meters depth, we get very good, reasonably good strata actually. So I was, in the initial stage I was involved, then I took, suppose the builder wanted to have the piles here in this layer actually, because the N value was sufficiently high. Then I told, look, the thickness of this layer varies actually, drastically. So if you look at here, it's very thin, below it's very soft clay. So if you put the pile here, there is a possibility that it may get punctured actually. So let us go to this 80-meter depth. So he was okay. Like initially he had planned something like a 6-floor building. So he could consider this. Then finally what happened that because of fire and safety considerations, he got permission only to build a 3-story house there. So then he told, see, for the 3-story, I cannot have this much deep pile foundations actually. So then I told the risk is there. Then what I understand, they had to take the risk. And I understand they put the piles here like that. Maybe fortunately nothing may happen, but sometimes always there is a risk. Another case, sort of a project in Mangalore, they had to build a large diameter storage tank. So a number of boreholes were taken. Then the soil profile is something like that, varies. Then at a certain depth, we have very dense sand actually. We can see here in valley greater than 100. But only one borehole was taken deeper actually. So again, below that, we find the clay layer actually, like that. Whereas all the others, see, normally there is a tendency, like if 1-2 times we get N value of 50, 100, immediately we stop the borehole there like that. So since this one borehole is deeper, we could find there is a clay layer here. So now the storage tank will be supported on piles. It's a large group of piles. But then how do we calculate the settlement of this pile group? Normally consider it as a raft at the pile tip. Then we do like that. But here the problem is the boreholes, the available data was insufficient actually. So we do not know what is the thickness of the clay layer below like that. So we are not able to correctly predict what is the settlement like that. So maybe like settlement may not be a big problem. Sometimes it could be like that. So these are the kinds of the geotechnical investigation. Many times it is not sufficient actually. Unfortunately, like we try to save on the number of the boreholes and the depth of the boreholes. Like. So, and sometimes what happens? When the designer does the design, he has insufficient information and maybe he has to compensate for that. Maybe by increasing the number of the piles or depth of the piles, whatever in it. So now, again, I come back to concrete versus soil. The case of concrete, one beauty is that like once we have the compressive strength, all other properties can be derived from that. Normally there is heavy work actually, whether it is tensile strength, shear strength, bond strength, even modulus. We derive it from the cube strength. Whereas in the case of soils, it is much more complicated. Like we know soils has a cohesion component and it has a friction component. And the strength is dependent on the stress actually, confining stress. And in the case of concrete, normally the structural designer, he has to specify a grade of concrete actually. Whereas in the case of geotechnical design, we have to actually look at the ground conditions. That material is already occurring. It's a natural, complex geological material. So we have to evaluate the property, so which is a more difficult task. Similarly,
if you want to look at the stiffness, like strength, we look at the stability or safety, and for checking the serviceability, we need the stiffness properties actually. For the concrete again, it is derived from the compressive strength. Whereas in the case of soils, we have so many, like we have consolidation test, axial test, like that. And again, in the case of concrete, the compressive strength is a magic number. Everything comes from that. So we also have, in the case of soils, a magic number, like called SPT N value. Like it is not the ideal situation, but practically, like we also try to end up deriving all the properties from this N value, like that, which is not the correct thing to do, because soil behavior is much more complicated. Now, if you look at the behavior of the soil, there are so many factors influencing the particles, the properties of the grains themselves, and how the grains are arranged like that. See now, like something like if you take a SPT sample, it is only a representative sample. So we can only get these parameters. But if you want like the shear strength, stiffness, permeability, the real engineering characteristics, we have to get an undisturbed sample with all these properties intact. And there are different methods to evaluate soil properties. I have listed. Sometimes like we correlate with the liquid limit, sometimes. It is a very crude approximation. Then sometimes we do lab tested reconstituted samples actually. See normally what happens, we do the SPT, we get a small quantity of sample. Sometimes nowadays an increasing trend is people put that in direct shear, then try to do a direct shear test, report a C5 value. But we know the C5 depends on the density of the soil, the relative density of the soil. So what is the relative density of soil in situ? How do we know that? So that we can prepare in the direct shear box at the same density. It's a big question actually. See, normally what people want numbers actually. So once we see a geotechnical report with so many columns of data, C5, everything, generally people are very happy. But whether that properties has any relation to what the actual conditions in the ground, nobody knows actually. But unfortunately, many people are encouraging it actually. Because I also find, because I have been working for so many years, when I talk to consultants, clients, people want a good report with numbers, that's all. Whether it is true or not, like, this is not a good situation actually. It's not a good situation. Then, unfortunately, even many of the IS codes also give more weightage to laboratory tests. Like, we feel like moment in a laboratory it is tested, somehow we have the feeling it is more scientific, more reliable, which may be for other materials like concrete, steel. But testing soil is not easy, like getting an undisturbed sample, extracting it from the tube, again putting into a direct shear box or a triaxial specimen. So many, and soils are very fragile, like it's not like a steel bar or a concrete cube. It gets easily disturbed actually. So the laboratory testing is very difficult, and normally we have to test undisturbed samples, and undisturbed samples are possible only in a very, very few cases actually. I have listed sands, we cannot take undisturbed samples. In Kerala, most of the places we have residual soils, lateritic soils. Nobody will get an undisturbed sample from that. Then very soft clays, it is very difficult to retrieve the sample, like it will fall out. Very hard clays, it is very difficult to push the sampler. So only in a very like a medium stiff to stiff clays we can get undisturbed samples. What do we do in the other cases? Of course, we have to lot of in situ tests actually like that. So we have to depend more and more on in situ tests. And nowadays we have this highly sophisticated tests are also, which are fairly expensive actually. Normally we are taught like clays are cohesive, sands are cohesionless. In all our colleges, textbooks, it is written like that. So I would like to give a simple demonstration that this is not the case actually. So I given suppose we have at a certain depth, there is an element of soil, we can calculate what is the total stress, then total stress minus pore pressure, there is effective stress. We can calculate actually. Given the calculation. So now if I drill a borehole, take a sample and bring that sample to the surface. What is the total stress on that sample? It's zero. Like it's only the sulfate actually. But do we know what is the pore pressure in that? What is the effective stress? Like if it is a clay, we know, like it stands on its own. I can do an unconfined compression test. It looks as if it has cohesion. Like, whereas I know, like if it is a sand, I cannot even make a sample. It will not stand on its own. So it is apparent. It doesn't have any cohesion. But the clay sample, if I put it into a bucket of water, what will happen? Within moments, it will become mud actually. So that cohesion is not real, it is apparent. Whereas if I put a concrete cylinder into water for 100 years, nothing will happen. We are confident of that. So that cohesion comes only from the negative pore pressure actually. So when the clay is taken out from the ground, the confining stresses become less actually. Now the clay wants to swell, but it is saturated, the water will not allow it. So the pore pressure goes into tension. Because of that, there is a apparent cohesion actually. So here I have shown two more circles, one in terms of total stresses. So if I draw a envelope, I will get a cohesion value and I will get friction angle 0. So which means it's a purely cohesive material with friction angle 0. I can also draw a effective stress Mohr circle, then I draw a tangent. Most likely it will pass through the origin, which means the cohesion is 0, it has a friction angle. So it is the same soil, same clay. So in one set of parameters is purely cohesive with a cohesion value phi 0. In other case, it is purely cohesionless with C0 and it is phi value. So I think like in the case of concrete or steel, we don't face this dilemma. Like, so then which parameter should I use? So as I mentioned, a clay can be seen as a purely cohesive material in terms of the total stresses. Or we can see a purely frictional material in terms of effective stresses. So if I am building a foundation, so I am applying load on the ground actually. What will happen to the soil? It tries to consolidate. The voids tend to reduce. So when you put a load on a saturated clay, initially the pore pressure increases, soil consolidates, pore pressure decreases, which means effective stress increases, which means shear strength increases actually. So when is my shear strength? Minimum. So that is at the end of the construction actually. So when the load is applied, my full shear stress has been applied actually. So after that, it will try to consolidate actually. So which means the factor of safety will increase with time. So I can calculate my ultimate bearing capacity considering it's a purely cohesive material, which we call the undrained actually. So the undrained will give the lowest bearing capacity, and I know with the time it is going to improve only. So I can use this parameter. But if I am making excavation, what happens? So here I am reducing the stress. The soil wants to swell actually. So which means with the time what happens? When the soil wants to swell, the pore pressure is negative. So which will dissipate with the time, which means effective stress will reduce with time, which means shear strength will reduce with time. So which means the critical condition will be long term. So we are familiar with this. We make an excavation, it remains stable, 3 days, 1 week, 2 weeks, nothing happens. Then there is a heavy rainfall and we find the excavation has collapsed. What happens? When the heavy rainfall comes, the soil gets saturated because actually that soil was thirsty for water, it wants to swell. There was no water available. So the rainfall has supplied the water, the soil swells, the effective stress reduces, the shear strength is gone, it fails actually. So in this type of cases, we have to use the other approach, that C dash, phi dash. So choosing which value to use where, so that is very, very critical in the case of geotechnical engineering. So now if I have embankment on a soft clay, so when I construct the embankment, the soft clay, it wants to consolidate actually. So the clay will gain strength with the time. So there I can use this undrained analysis. It's okay, it's safe. But what about the embankment itself? We know the compacted soils, it will have some apparent cohesion actually. So initially it looks very strong. Sometimes even it may stand even vertically. Possible. But with time, once it experiences a few monsoons, when it becomes completely saturated, it loses its apparent cohesion. Then problem starts. Small slides, a lot of issues happen. So there we have to use this effective stress analysis. Then another example is the rate of loading actually. So if I do, here I have a comparison, like if I do a routine file load test, so within a day I apply the full load actually. Whereas in the actual structure, maybe it may take something like 1 year for the full load to be applied. So in the load test, the rate of loading is something like 1,000 times than in the real structure. So whether the soil will get drained depends on the rate of loading also actually. Because once I was doing a project in Srinagar, so when the contractor, he did the file load test. So there are, Srinagar, we have a lot of silts actually, very fine grained soil. So the geotechnical report recommended C0 with a 5 value, something like 28 degrees. So the pile capacity was calculated based on that. But unfortunately, when they tested, it failed actually. It did not achieve the required capacity. So when I checked, because the silt is a very fine-grained soil, then I checked with undrained parameters, because from the N value we can get a CU value, and 5 is equal to 0, I got almost same as the file load test results actually. So a lot of things we have to consider, like the rate of loading. So I'll just try to go quickly. So in geotechnical, we make a lot of predictions, like every design, it's a prediction, how the structure will perform. So here I have shown the pile capacity. So the N-bearing resistance, we calculate using this formula, and there is a pile capacity factor, NQ actually. It is a function of the angle of friction of the soil actually. So the various theories are given. So for a 535, the highest value of NQ is something like 400. Lowest value of NQ is 50. So by a factor of 8. So that means our predictions of pile capacity can vary by a factor of 8. And fortunately we have seen the IS code recommended factor, it's right at the bottom. So that means our IS code is very, very conservative. Similarly, we can see like sometimes people conduct this prediction contest actually. People are given the data and asked to predict. Then they conduct the load test and verify the prediction versus the actual load test. So here we can see the huge scatter actually. So some of the dilemma we face as geotechnical design is sometimes we have different geomaterials, like we have a rock, we have soils, then something in between. So sometimes it's obvious, okay, this is rock, this is soil, I can say. But sometimes it's not that obvious actually, difference. Whether something should be a rock or soil, it's very difficult. Another is, we get a soil. Is it a sand or clay? And sometimes, if it is a pure sand, pure clay, the difference is very easy to make. But suppose it is like 55% sand and 45% clay. As per IS classification, we classify it as a sand. But what will be its behavior? Will it behave as a sand or will it behave as a clay? So all this, so in geotechnical engineering, this is the kind of things we have to spend more time. Because see, normally what happens, the calculations, the bearing capacity formulas, the air pressure formulas, they look very simple. Like anybody can do it. But the getting the parameters right, whether to use total stress or whether to use effective stress, whether it will be drained, undrained, this kind of judgment has to be made by a geotechnical engineer and is very, very important. And another problem we are facing is like landslides. Like we know Kerala, we have a lot of natural disasters problem. And this is one of the very, very difficult problems to analyze actually. Because most of this happens in residual soils, and residual soils have some cohesion actually, which may be small, but the impact on stability is very, very high. So we cannot totally ignore it. Then our design becomes very, very conservative actually. But today, to determine that cohesion reliably, we do not have any method, because we cannot take an undisturbed sample from there. It's very difficult. And if you do SPT from that, it's not possible to get that C dash value. So this is a very challenging problem. So how do we solve this issue? Mainly by going to the field, like observing the actual structures, actual slopes, retaining walls, in case any failure occurs, by back analyze. But unfortunately, this is the area we are very, very behind. We do not do any attempt at all. Like we do like so many structures, the kind of projects we do in India is mind-boggling actually. But we sometimes we do some investigations, use the IS code, ARC code, make a design, we construct it, that's all. Like how the structure performs, what is the settlement, how much it has moved, very, very little we are doing. But if geotechnical engineering, because subject is inherently so complex actually, so if you want to solve it, this is the only way. Like we have to do more field monitoring like that. So I'll just go quickly. One interesting aspect is observational method actually. So earlier I mentioned the soils are highly variable. So we have two options. One is assume an average character, make a design. But then something may go wrong, definitely. Other option is assume worst conditions and do the design. It will be very, very expensive. So this observational method is an ingenious method actually. So here what we do, like we make all the ground investigations, assume the various scenarios, and based on our best judgment, the most likely situation, we make a design for that. But we don't stop there actually. Suppose the actual ground conditions may vary. So depending on that, for various kind of deviations, we make different alternatives actually. Then we start the construction. I given, suppose we have Kochi, we have underground metro. Once we make the excavations, there will be a lot of ground movements which may affect the buildings actually. So one option is we underpin the building in advance. But we are not sure. Is it really required? We don't know. So in the observational method, what we do, we keep the designs ready, but we don't do it actually. So when we do the construction, we observe, put instruments, measure the ground movements, and we verify with the predictions. So if the ground movements are acceptable, okay, we don't do anything. But if we find if the movements are more, immediately we do the alternative, do the underpinning, do other things like that. So this is a very good technique. But I don't think we rarely do it in India. So few slides. Sometimes what happens, there is a structure like a bridge. Sometimes we are very much focused on that structure. Like that structure is very, very important actually. Then like the surroundings, sometimes we ignore. So one frequent problem is like the bridge approach settlement actually. Sometimes I read in the newspapers like sometimes, okay, the approach is settled by half a meter like that. And people say for the soil, it is usual, it is common like that. But okay, it happens, but does it mean it cannot be prevented like that? So I accept the bridge is like a majestic structure, but the function of both are same, to allow people to travel safely, comfortably. That is the function of the bridge, that is the function of the embankment. But then in real life, what happens? When it comes to the embankment, we don't give much attention to the detailing, ground improvement, so we have a lot of issues. Another case, like we have a retaining wall, which is on soft clay, so we build it on pile foundations. So when we design the piles, normally what we consider only the earth pressure acting on the retaining wall and the weight of the retaining wall actually, like that. But there is another phenomenon here. When we build the filling, it applies a lot of pressure on this lateral soft clay, and which causes the clay to squeeze out laterally. So it will apply additional lateral loads on the piles actually. Sometimes this aspect is ignored actually. And sometimes the perspective, sometimes you have this culvert, like embankments with culverts. When the structural engineer looks at culvert, okay, this is my structure, so I should ensure its safety, so check bearing capacity, settlement, all those things like that. But if a geotechnical engineer look at it, it's just an embankment with an opening like that. So what is the big fuss about the culvert, we would ask. So I've already explained the difference between structural design and geotechnical design. So the major difference I would like to emphasize again, in the case of structural design, structural designer does not have to worry much about the properties because he is going to specify like which concrete grade, which steel, and he can focus more on the analysis calculations. Whereas in geotechnical, It is reverse actually. Our calculations are simple, but we have to spend a lot of time in understanding the actual properties of the materials. So the major, probably 2/3 of the work is there, understanding the material, and just 1/3 in calculations. Whereas in the structural design, it may be reversed. Then coming to, okay, Nebu wanted to speak about sustainability, so I think, first what I feel like we have to ensure safety, serviceability, durability. So when I come to geotechnical engineering, I feel still we are struggling to ensure safety and serviceability. So that part is yet to be addressed, I would say. And again, we have a big role to play in sustainability. I have listed few topics there, like using waste materials, and we have new materials like geosynthetics, which are very useful. Then subgrid stabilization, all those things are there, mainly to conserve the use of aggregates and earth. Then other areas, emerging areas are very important actually, like all this are related to sustainability. So, since time is already up, I will like to conclude. Once again, what I would like to emphasize is the geotechnical engineering, we have to deal with natural geological materials which are highly variable and complex actually. So these are already existing, so we have to deal with that. And we have to use a wide range of materials actually. Okay, laboratory testing, field testing, but what is lacking is where we have to really make progress is observing the behavior of the actual complete structures, like monitoring, like organizing that, then sharing that knowledge where we are very much lacking. Then another is, normally what happens, the geotechnical engineer, initially there is a geotechnical investigation, the report comes, that's all like that. Then based on that, others will do the work. Then only in case some failure happens, then again geotechnical engineer is called. This should not be the way actually. So geotechnical design, that part, it will be throughout, like during the detailed design, during construction, during the monitoring, it has to be there. Okay, with that, I conclude. Once again, I thank Mr. Nebu and his team for inviting me, and I wish construction philosophy all the best in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for familiarizing the concept of geotechnical engineering, highlighting the implications of soil variability on columns and piles and their stability duration. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Shaji Jacob, representing Institute of Engineers, and Mr. Nebu Abraham for handing over the memento.
Varghese sir, please come on to the stage.
Mr. A.N. Prakash, a highly accomplished professional, holds a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the esteemed National Institute of Engineering, Mysore in 1969. He further pursued the postgraduate degree in industrial structures from NIT Surathkal, Karnataka in 1972. He is an expert in project management. Throughout his career, Mr. Prakash has been associated with prestigious projects that have showcased his expertise. Notable examples include the Oberoi Hotel on Zakir Hussain Marg in New Delhi, Winterson Mena Hotel and the West End Hotel, Bangalore, Kashmir Conference Complex in Srinagar, and the New City Commercial Complex in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. He is a member of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, UK, and founded the School of Construction Management Excellence in 2011. He is also the founder chairman of the Nemedi.in and is a columnist for the CP Construction magazine. I warmly invite you, sir, to share your insights on lean construction, project management, and significance of effective collaboration in construction industry. I welcome you, sir.
God, he didn't put my photograph. Thank God he didn't put my photograph. I said, I don't look the way that photograph is. I'm pretty old now. Okay. Can we have the slide? I'm between the lunch and you. I'm sure you will pardon me for that. And the topic of my today's talk is also called lean construction. I'm sure by holding you for that lunch, all of you will remain lean. Okay. Right. Okay, I'm supposed to stop on lean construction. How many of you know what lean is? The definition of lean in terms of the dictionary. One is to lean, that's a verb. When you lean against something, it's called a verb. It's leaning. The other lean is what we call a lean person, or lean fat, or lean meat, so on and so forth is an adjective to something which is lean, where there's nothing extra. You actually have what you want. That's called the lean. And I don't know whether I can go further unless he gets my slides on. I think all of you, I'm very grateful to Jimmy Thomas. I learned a lot from you today, and also the earlier speakers. I mean, my knowledge of geotechnical engineering is enhanced manifold listening to you. And about Mr. Iyer talking about sustainability in the bridges, which is completely out of my domain. I don't know anything about infrastructures. We don't even touch with a barge pole because I don't have any. Next comes the quality assurance and quality control. Quite a lot of it is, of course, known, but very well explained. But coming to my topic of lean, one of the things that I want to talk about, lean means, there are a lot of associations now. As a matter of fact, there is Lean Concrete Institute, which is in USA. There's also an institute in India. It's called the Institute of Lean Construction Excellence, in which one of the top bodies, construction industries like the Shapujis and the Godrej, etc., they're all in the board. It's a very active body which has started very late. As a matter of fact, lean construction concept itself came from the manufacturing industry called lean production. Yeah, exactly, he got it. Okay, this is not a much use, this is just my company's logo. This is not mine, this is not my slide. I hope he is not angry with me. You are very hungry, very hungry. Why don't you finish your lunch and come, man? Should I give you my pen drive? You have downloaded it. Yeah. Yeah, that's the topic. Can you hear me? I'm in the angle. Lean construction and construction project management, we are putting it out. Can I have the hand mic? Hello? Yeah. That's it. But the overview is this. I'm going fast because I'm sure all of you are hungry. Mine is not so theoretical as the others are. So I just want to go, this is the overview of the topic. And as I mentioned to you, dictionary meaning of lean is, one is verb, and that is the slope or the tilt or in one direction. The other is the adjective, which is thin and healthy. Who doesn't want? Who doesn't want to be thin and healthy? Everyone, each one of us want to be thin and healthy. So as an individual, you just want to exercise. As a matter of fact, that's my son who is in the gym. And then, of course, this is a policeman. And nobody wants to be seen like that. That is exactly what we are talking about is in the projects also, that we want to be really lean and thin. So one of the cartoons, quite obvious. We do a lot of meetings. We are fond of meetings. I think it's because of the good coffee that we get. In my office, I say we get filtered coffee. So most of them come to my office because of meetings. But this is the absolutely waste of time. So lean, we are talking about how do we reduce waste in all directions. So the origin of lean, as a matter of fact, is lean project delivery system came from Taichi Ono. It's a very interesting name. I mean, fortunately it is a Japanese name. Otherwise, it says Ono. His name is Ono. It has nothing to do with English. Anyway, it was a manufacturing approach of Toyota car where he said, we can't have any wastage. I mean, if you find anything defective, we should stop it. That's where it came from. And then we realized that in factories can adopt lean production management, why can't construction go lean? So that's how the concept of lean came in and saying that, well, let's just start looking at the lean also. So it is nothing but eliminating waste in all phases of project. Those of you who are in the construction field know that a project goes through a project life cycle from the concept to the completion stage. So every aspect of it you can do it. So this is what defined by the Lean Construction Institute. Lean Construction is a project delivery system that uses lean methods of maximizing stakeholder value while reducing waste by emphasizing collaboration between team and the project. The goal of lean construction is to increase productivity, profits, and innovative in the industry. I don't think I'm talking anything different from all of us have been doing. And that's why Mr. Iyer started saying that if you have to talk and find out from the users as to what they want. That is done because you want to make sure that you don't end up something that is not done. I don't know how many of you know, in UK they built up a slum, not a slum, the economic housing, which was not occupied at all because the users didn't want to go in there. So you didn't consult the users as to what they want. This is one of the things that what are the goals, tenets, or principles of lean construction? So it's the respect for people. It's a very interesting one. When you say respect for people, what they mean is, it is not just the stakeholders, what we consider as the stakeholders, not involving the end user. End user is one of the things that has been forgotten in most of the cases. The end user is one. I'll just give you a few examples where end users, there are a lot of papers published in it. Those people who are interested in lean construction should read papers published on that. So which is focused on value, reduce, eliminate waste, continuous improvement, flow of work, enhance quality, improve collaboration and foster change. I mean, everybody wants it, nobody. So how can we achieve lean in construction project management process? It involves a large number of products. One thing that all of us accept is, initially we involve a large number of participants, architects, design engineers, PMCs, service engineers. Many decision-making process extends over a long period of time. It's endless. Every time an architect starts with it and you have a client who keeps on talking about, here comes my friend, Prakash. Satyavani, Satyaprakash has come. How did you know I have started talking? Hard to evaluate and control against project schedule. Feedback from the users and their requirement is often delayed. This is one of the things that delays. And what we are talking about is lean in terms of not wasting time too. Time is the focus on this, and also that's why we are coming from the production, that you don't waste time between one activity to another activity. Is the voice of the customer. This is something that I want to stress on. Voice of the customer is something that is lost. That's where we have to start with. So even at the design phase, we have designed some very small nursery schools where when we interacted with the teachers, and then of course a lot of it has been to be done. And there is also incidentally again papers published on this to say how the involvement of the customer is required. So for example, in the case of a hospital, the doctors don't know as to what they want, and it is for us to have a checklist as to say. We have done a couple of brownfield projects. I'll show you some of the slides where at the end of the day they come and tell you that we have an MIR which is so many tons. I want to put it on the first floor. So how do we, so unless we talk to them, in some cases we have not been able to even take it inside the building because of the structural configuration that is there. So industrial buildings, the impact load, particularly if it is a forged building, whether the whole foundation has to be isolated. Banks, we have had banks where they'll again come and say, I've got lockers which we have to put it on the top. IT buildings, hotels. I'll show you some of the sketches, photographs. I'm more interested, I believe in showing photographs. See, for example, this is the example I want to show you where this corner protection sharp edge protection is so important when you do a nursery or a school. They don't want anything that is within the school which has got sharp edges. They want to make sure. So one of the things that when we design this furniture and have all these things, you have furniture that has got sharp corners which really danger them. Then we did a school in Bangalore where the teacher said she doesn't want this stopper. She said that when you open the door and put this stopper, it is very dangerous because the young ones, they just rush into the classroom. They don't walk, they're all full of energy. So when they rush in, they trip and fall down. Then I suggested, why don't we have this as a stopper? She said, that's also dangerous because when you close the door, the children are again moving about and they will again kick and falling down. So they wanted a stopper that could be put at a higher level. So we have to think of something that you could put at a level where you can really use it, because you have to keep the door open when the class starts. It cannot be closed because they come running. This is a chair. I am giving you this example because I have the first-hand experience of my son when he was falling on a chair which didn't have a cap like this. So his whole lip is punctured. Even today he has got that. It is punctured because this particular thing didn't have a stopper at the top. So some of these people, when they talk about this is the voice of the customer I am talking about, how important that is there. Why I am telling you this in lean construction is, if you have already done this, you are not going to waste your time later on discussing about this. You already have it in place. So this is where the voice of the customer, whether it's a bridge, whether it is a building that he is talking about, what are the things that are going to, because we have a role to play and then tell them this is very, very important for us to consider. See, this is a MRI. A slide which is very friendly to me. So see, this is a building which we converted a mall into a hospital, where you can see that there is an escalator. This was removed and we had to span all these things. And then one day they suddenly said that we want an MIR at a particular level. When we wanted to take this is a 6 ton. It's just about 2 square meters. This weighs 6 tons. So it is an existing building. So if you had not talked to those doctors and find out what you want, you will not be able to know what you have to give it at the end of the day. Again, you will lose time strengthening that. If you were to do it earlier itself, you'll do. There are many examples that I'm just giving you 1 or 2 because of paucity of time. See, this is the complexity of a R&D lab. Look at the amount of services that go in. And if you are not, today of course you talk about BIM and so on and so forth. Even if you are to BIM, you have to talk to him to find out what are all the things that are coming here. What should be the roof height? You can't have a false ceiling. How do we make these services? See, this is the intensity of services that go on. So it is absolutely necessary for you to talk to the customer. That's why I'm repeating on the voice of the customer. The other thing is the tendering process. Of course, all of you know I'm talking to those people who are not. One is the preparation of bill of quantities. This is the normal process. But one important thing is the pre-bid meeting. We believe in these pre-bid meetings, but pre-bid meetings solves a lot of problems where you may not have to face during the construction. Pre-bid meetings, people say that you should not put all the contractors together. They will gang up. It's all bunkum. There is nothing like that. They can't. You should just meet them and tell them as to what you want. And they come out with a lot of questions that are there, and then if you solve them, then you don't end up with change management, non-tender items. I thought so, you thought, because you cannot write everything that is there in a book. So his assumptions may not be what you want. So this is one of the things that helps us. What time is the lunch? I'm also hungry. So the construction phase, see, this is one of the projects where the hotels we did, we have the shaft samples done. We had to get the sample. You can see here, there is a small sticker which you can't read. This was just to say how the sequencing has to be done. Because if you were not to have this shaft sample done, you will have this fellow coming first you would probably end up having the front pipes done earlier and then the pipe at the back, the contractor is not taken on time and he doesn't place that particular duct. So the sequencing of work that needs to be done has to be discussed. This is where I said that the importance of collaboration. What we do in such projects is we involve the project operations, hotel operations guy, the plumber, the electricians, we get them because they want to maintain it at the later stage. If you give him a shaft where he can't even put a spanner, he says, I don't want to come to this hotel, or I can't maintain this. So one of the things that we do is I have to involve the lowest level of the people to say, is this all fine? That was the purpose of making this and showing to them, this is what we do, and the sequence also written. So it was left there for nearly a week for everybody to look at it and comment. There is another shaft. Intensity of the services. See, this is a project, it is a textile mill project. I'll show you the mill itself next. This has got underground ducts. These are all ventilation ducts. If these ventilation ducts are nearly 1.5 meters, so should it be precast, should it be cast in situ, how do we do it, where do we do it? This is such an important thing to get involved with the production guys. The production guys have to become part of the design process that we have. We have to invite them. Normally what happens, there is some facilities guy who is there in the factory. He comes and sits, he doesn't know anything about the production. This is the completed project. This is nearly 1.5 kilometers long. See, these are the ducts. And there are also ducts there. So this is the end of the day is what you're going to get if you're not going to discuss with them and then you're into deep trouble. Another thing is this is a project still in progress. This probably would end up as one of the biggest projects in terms of a hyperbolic paraboloid shell. This is a 75 meters by 75 meter hyperbolic paraboloid shell. And then it also has a dome here, which is still, the shuttering is in progress, the dome is also in progress. Now, why I am showing you this is, none of us have experienced as to how do we do the concreting for this. This need a double shutter because of the slope, very steep slopes. Then what should be the aggregate size? Will the aggregate really flow? I will show you also. So this is the dome from the other side, and that's this is again another formwork in progress. See, we really got samples done. You can see here there is a double shuttering. There is a shutter and there is a double shutter. We are trying to see what is the rate of flow of concrete for 1 meter depth. If you don't know that, you are unable to plan your date of concreting, how much time it will take to complete the concreting, what will be a de-shuttering time. Because we don't know even how long it will take for it to flow. So we have to literally go through, earlier it had a 6 millimeter mesh. You will not believe, the whole slab thickness is only 50 millimeters. The mesh was 6 millimeters, it was changed to 5 millimeter to accommodate. Here again, why I am saying this, why I am talking to you about lean construction and why am I talking about this is, we got the foremen and the concrete and the people who are involved in doing the shuttering involved in it. To say what happens, can we really do this? Is it absolute theory? Can we really have that done on the site? So this is how a lot of experiment took place. We are still doing mock-ups for various shuttering, various angles. Not one angle, as I told you, it's an hyperbolic paraboloid. This is where you can see that it is de-shuttered and they are still going on. These are the 7 ways. This is theory. Inventory waste, waiting, defects, overproduction, motion, transportation, and overprocessing. So these are 7. I've written in bracket 8 because 7 is what the Lean Concrete Institutes talk about. But the 8th one is the skills, which is normally not mentioned. Muda in Japanese means wasteful activities. That's why it's called 7 mudas. So transportation, there is wastage in unnecessary movement you have seen. One of the things that you do is to avoid unnecessary movement, and also as a part of sustainability that we are talking about is have the RMC plant within the site if possible. So the movement is reduced in terms of that, because even though it says there is a green thing, particular radius you can have it, but then we have seen ways where we can put it in the site. Storing just in case, because I think we were talking about, I think earlier they were talking about getting certain things, thinking that there will be a strike, something will happen, we will not be able to get it. But then that is another way of wastage of storage space, and all of us know about just-in-time storage that Japanese talk about, so that they don't even store anything in their factory, they get it everything from outside. Motion. And we had a case where in one of the earlier days, I'm pretty old, so I can talk about my earlier days. So nearly 30 years back, there was a case where the masons used to go up the floor to the 10th floor and wait till about 11:30 for the blocks to come up. Because those days were not much of cranes, etc. We only had those, what you call as lifts, which were done by motorized lifts that used to go. So the contractor was worried that the mason, then we had to tell him, look at mason's time of 3 hours is more important than engaging a labor previous day to take these blocks and keep it in place so that he starts the work immediately. That calculation had to be done. So that's one case of time and motion study, as to make sure that what you do. So these are all various things that are there. Overproduction, waste, overprocessing, defects. Defects, I think we already talked, but there is also a very interesting thing, cost of poor quality. Cost of poor quality, I published a paper in LinkedIn also. What is cost of poor quality? You are expected to do a quality work. There is absolutely, so there is a known, there is an unknown. The cost of poor quality could be your reputation. It is not known. How do you evaluate that? Cost of poor quality is a waste of time. How do you evaluate that? So cost of poor quality also has to be evaluated in terms of things that are nebulous. Use of improper skills. Because Mason has not come, you ask his assistant to do it. It's like asking the compounder to give you medicine because the doctor is not there. So that's something that's not to be done. So there is a paper published by a professor from the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. So he has calculated what is the cost of waste in materials. It's a very interesting paper. I've taken it from there. He has elaborated. It's quite an interesting one. See, he has calculated in one of the tables that he has said wastage in percentage. This is the wastage in percentage. This is the project value to the scrap value. If you total it up, you can see in some of them it is even 10.86, 10.42 of the project cost, the wastage. So you can imagine that it's going unmeasured. So this is something that needs to be measured. few techniques. There are a lot of techniques, like loss planner system, and there is also lean project delivery system, which is developed by the Lean Quant Institute. There is another thing called line of balance. I don't know how many of you use it. The line of balance is used where you have got sequential activities. For example, if you are doing 20 villas, so continuously there are activities. Also when you are doing block work, conduit, masonry, you have got sequentially, so there is what's called a line of balance. That's another method that is also used. I'm just telling you about it so that people can read about it. So what is wrong with the conventional construction project management? The only thing that's wrong is that we don't go into the nitty-gritties to make sure we don't get involved with the lowest of the fellows to see whether all the activities that we are doing is getting ready to do the next time. We have got people wasting time saying that I have not got this, I have not received this, so on and so forth. So that's one thing that's majorly done. So controls output measures, business management of workflow creation and delivery of output value, schedules portray series of activities, ignores flow of work between them. So there is one to another, you cannot, let's say the plastering, masonry is done, we wait for that conduit electrical fellow to come and do, because you can't do the plastering unless he does. So that sequential activity has to be seen seriously. This is a paper, that is the foundation of lean construction. This is a very interesting paper to read, to say why construction management today is not what it's supposed to do. So these are all the institutes. Lean Construction Institute, USA, Institute of Lean Construction Excellence, established in India. And matter of fact, I'm a member of that also. International group, it's not an institute, International Group of Lean Construction, IGLC, it's just a group of people who discuss about lean construction. They have conferences all over the world, in different parts of the world. Finally, what intrigues me is, we are a nation which doesn't waste at all. And we are talking about waste, and we should save. Culturally, we have never been trained to waste anything. No wasting, eliminating waste is a part of our. See, we use even cow dung. See, this is a project done using cow dung and mud as a plaster and flooring. And it is very cool, it is there in Rajasthan. See, that's what I said. You see, we use cow dung as fuel. And people are telling us don't waste. We don't waste anything. And where are we as? Culturally, we have forgotten everything. We can use cow dung. Cow dung was used, I remember my days where the cow dung was used to smear on the ground because it is an anti-termite and whatever it is. It never used to get that. We have forgotten our olden days. For example, our clothing. See, we have all of us know about the bundus or the dhotis and the panches, whatever you call the veshti in Tamil Nadu. This is one cloth that can be worn by generations. I can wear it, my son can wear it, if I am not wearing it, he can wear it, and it is something where we are not wasting. So this is something, see, also it is worn in so many different styles. You have, this is a very nice photo that, and then you have got Panditji wearing sharwani and churidar. And you have these famous guys, you know, all of us were. I did it because I knew Satyaprakash was coming, NTR. So, see, I don't know why we have forgotten this. We have been always doing this, and we are now told don't waste. And I think culturally we are lost. And we have got Devarajalas and MGR, that's another nice photo. Look at the saris. 8 yards of sari is all worn all over the country in different styles. And we are saying no. And I still had my mother's wedding reception sari. My wife has her mother's wedding reception sari, and it is used. So where is the question of waste? Why have we lost this? Where have we lost this? Why have we not brought it into that? We are all talking about theory, lean construction, that thing, this thing. I think we have lost what we had, and we should really do it. And I look at these girls wearing sarees, beautiful there. And the banana plant. Except the root, everything is eaten. Or not eaten, sorry, used. So, where is the waste? We use timber. Jackfruit trees, timber is used here. If you go further north, other trees are used. If you want to come to whatever it is in Mysore, etc., teak was there, they use it. So I think we have made a bit of a hype on what is lean. Lean is there, and I think we are not using it properly. We should go back to our roots and see how we use it. Ultimately, this should not happen. Whatever you do, we make sure that we should not happen. Thank you. I hope I will not come between you and the line. I'm handing back to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for this enlightened session. Now, I would request all the members of all the associations to please come forward onto the stage. So please. Thank you, sir. Sorry, Prakash, sir. This is really an auspicious moment. Now we'll head on for the lunch. If we can do something, actually, it will be really great. Now it is already it's going to be 1:30. We can finish lunch and join here by 2 o'clock. Then we are still on track. That would be really great.
I request everyone to kindly assemble in the near the stage. We'll be beginning the next section shortly. Welcome back, everyone. We hope that you had a sumptuous lunch. Now please sit back and make yourself comfortable. Let us be all ears and cooperative as we move on to the next section.
Dr. S. Veerappan, a distinguished professional in the field of engineering, is currently serving as the chairman and managing director of Sunware Associates Chennai, a renowned firm that provides comprehensive solutions for mechanical, electrical, and public health engineering services, along with his expertise in finishing consultancy for a diverse range of building and infrastructure projects. His vast experience also extends to value engineering and peer review services. Dr. Veerappan has made significant contributions to the field of engineering education and training. During his career at L&T, he established an exclusive construction skill training institute. Recognizing Dr. Veerappan's expertise, IAPMO, North America's premier plumbing and mechanical product certification agency, selected him as one of their esteemed master trainers. His profound knowledge and commitment to the industry has made him a respected figure in this field. I welcome you, sir, to enlighten us on the significance of water management in today's world.
I have to go up. Good afternoon to everyone. Sir, good afternoon to everyone. I am not going to do any presentation here and all. Maybe formal presentation it will be there, but I am going to take you through a case study, 2-3 case studies and even practical examples. Unless I hear from you that good afternoon to everyone, not good afternoon to everyone. Why I am saying this, all the people have to come inside the hall. Okay. See, my topic is being selected as this, smart dive into smart water management, maximize the potential of water resources. I am not going to talk to you anything new. Okay, before getting into the topic, just carefully watch this video clip, which I am going to show it to you. Varghese sir, just can you, just see this clip and then we'll move on to that, our presentation.
un bien trop précieux pour être gaspillé.
So let's have that, attitude now to move on to our slide. When a small child, able to contain water, why not we? See, I will not tell you that awareness is not there. I think I'll come front because too much sound is happening below, okay? Is it comfortable, sir? Is it comfortable? Because too much the noise in the backside. So, awareness are there. Everywhere awareness are there now. Government of India has come forward to take this initiative as water conservation or, finding out the alternate water resources from various angles. So, okay, my flow of presentation will be like this. Introduction, message from the famous architect, present or future scenario, need for advanced wastewater treatment to find out alternate resources, water management plan, a case study which will be able to, I will able to address you in entire way how much we are saving water through alternate resources and takeaways, and finally India's commitment towards net zero emissions. Just carefully watch this slide. Once you carry your own water, you will learn the value of every drop. With this, this is a message from the architect is, every day when some engineer pitching in his office, lot of changes are coming. Every day materials are coming, particularly with respect to plumbing, fire, electrical, lot of items are every day, coming in. But how to utilize it, how to make it happen is a question of the engineer to perform. That's what he says, that it's a must learning for each and every architect engineer, and I can assure you that if architect engineers know about services and more about structures, they will be able to design buildings better. The present scenario, what is present scenario here? A dry future which we are now seeing it. See, more than scenario and all, everybody knows that we are where we are going to land up. But before landing up to that particular, scenario, what we need to do is a question. Just few slides for you. In fact, this is a session after the lunch, and before lunch is Sir Prakash has taken, sir, wonderful session. I hope I will able to, join you in this session, and I'll take the audience through the water saving process. See, this is the scenario here. There is going to be a fight between man to man, city to city, state to state, country to country, in fact, maybe third world war. You just see here today and before how people are enjoying it, and future it is going to be like this. Another slide for you, today and before, and by 2025 what is going to happen. See this is again another slide which depicts the 2025 and beyond. And also you have seen a lot of papers that so many scarcity run out of water after 17 years, dam levels decrease rapidly, city bracing for day zero, and you can see that water scarcity is one of the serious concern in the country now. And you can see the last slide, a report by Niti Aayog government think tank said that if methods for water conservation in India were not adopted, another 20 cities including Bangalore, Delhi, Hyderabad would run out of groundwater in the next 5 years. So what's the solution? We need to find out alternate water resources. Is it rocket science? Audience has to respond. Today we had a meal. Now, how much water it is being consumed? Anyone can tell me? Let us have an interaction session. How much water is being consumed during the lunch? Anyone can tell me? Sir? Half liter. Sir says half liter. I am giving one small tip to you. See, again, water is not the consumption of water, what you are doing it. There is another form of water. That's a virtual form of water. For the entire meal, roughly I can say 3,000 to 4,000 liters of water has gone into the meal now today, whatever you have, each person. If you go, if you take the chicken, if you take the rice, if you take the ice cream, everything is, bound to have a water consumption. That is true in the manufacturing stage or whatever it is. Madam, can you come forward, madam? Can you show your mobile? Show the mobile. Show the mobile to the audience. How much water this is being consumed? How much water? 14,000 to 15,000 liters of water is being spent for producing one mobile phone. Are you aware of it? So that is the virtual consumption of water every day. You take a shirt, 4,000 liters of water. If you take anything you take, water is being consumed. That is what Government of India, thank you, madam. Government of India and other agencies are working, particularly Indian Plumbing Association, ISRE, Fire Safety Association of India, IGBC, Indian Green Building Council are working together to save this water from the manufacturing stage itself. We are going to all the manufacturers, including pipe manufacturers, all the manufacturers to reduce how the water can be reduced virtually, and thereby your water demand will become less. Okay, this is some hydrological cycle. That's purpose of slide. I just put this where you are going to get. These are sources of water: surface water, lakes, rivers, well water, rain water. Some areas borewell water is banned, but some other areas they are allowing with the permission. So this water, which water we are using at home? Which water we are using at home? I always inform my audience or even the students when I teach, always come from your home. Home may be single house, a gated community, and you will stay in some big apartments, all those things. Always come. What is the source of water there? Sir? Not rainwater. You will be normally taking from the municipal water or something like that you will take. But there are waters available. Please make use of it. We need to make use of all those water, at least not for the domestic, at least drinking purpose, at least for the other purposes we need to use now. That is the condition, and that is why India is in crisis now. Where is the sources coming? A little go fast because of the time constraint. Major source: toilets, bathroom, canteen, hand wash. In case of industrial, the wastewater is also contributed by cooling water and blow down, boiler blow down. This is the sources of wastewater. I am just giving you a little brief here, picturized view. And all this water has to be taken out separately and to be treated. Here I am not going to talk about method of treatment. The point is, which is important here, it is this treated water finally coming and storing it. This water can be used for all the applications what we have discussed earlier, including bathing. That is possible. And that is why I am going to give you a case study on that, where we have done some homework. Various process. Finally, this is important. Treated water for reuse is important. You can see. See, when you want to treat, again, cost is involved. But of course, we need to, initial cost we need to spend to arrive at the consumption of water for various purposes. You can see here, global water shortage. Water management plays an important role because of increase in population, rapid industrial growth, increased water consumption for various activities. So adopt better water management practices, that is water conservation, recycling, reuse, using advanced wastewater recycle methodologies. And thanks to one Mr. Ramesh, who has given 2-3 slides for me, who is expert in sewer treatment plant, he is in Bangalore. And thanks to him at this present of time and at this point of time. And you see this slide, the main point is fresh water available for use is less than 0.3%. And again, grey water purification. When I talked about your water sources, there is a grey water which we have discussed about, earlier, from the bathroom, from the, from the even toilet, not toilet, only the bath areas, kitchen areas, all those things has to be taken separately and treated. That is a grey cycle, grey water. Okay. Having said that, the another resource, this is one area. The other area is selection of products. Water efficient, that is the, you can see water efficient plumbing products. If you take home, where is the water consumption? Tap. And then closet. kitchen tap, utility tap, all those things are there. When come to commercial, only urinal is there, urinal, flushing tank or that is the sensor is available now. But where we are going now, these are the drivers. For example, to water has chosen close relation to energy. It has close relation to energy, and as energy is used to source water, treat water, distribute water, to heat water, for transfer, pumping of wastewater, for treatment of wastewater, for distribution and use of treated wastewater and sewage. See this picture here. This is a consumption you can see here, 4.5 liters, 3 liters, prismatic auto closing. This is what we need to have a certification now. Now that we are having a certification to be done. And in fact, Bureau of Energy Efficiency is working on this. We are all part of their team to release this IS code quickly, because most of the projects we are going to have this type of water efficient products. And with this, how much we are going to save, you can't imagine. 40 to 50% of the consumption we can easily save. These are some of the labels available outside India. India, we are going to make it happen. And that is, in fact, you heard about NBC, National Building Code of India. So the National Building Code of India says that this is the fixtures and maximum flow rate. Keeping this as the datum, 30 to 40% of the water should be saved. That was the objective of the Government of India. And this is the code, IS 17650, Part 1 and Part 2. It is going to happen. And Part 1 is sanitary ware, and Part 2 is the sanitary fitting, that is CP fittings. These small things I don't want to explain to you. The objective is to reduce the water consumption by 30%. This is the labeling. They are designed now. They are not released. It will be coming in the market as 1-star, 2-star and 3-star rated items. It will come as that. So what is the takeaway is, as NBC recommends 135 liters per day for residential areas, we need to save or restrict 30 to 40%. That is the takeaway. Second takeaway is treated water to be used for washing the car, vehicles, flush the toilets, fill ornamental ponds, water bodies, gardening and to grow plants, fight fires, wash laundry in washing machines, wash outside pavements, hard surfaces, and cooling applications, cooling tower, and then chillers. And some of the projects where we installed maybe some portion, maybe 25% of the fittings we already installed, but not having that much idea. But that's the project where we have installed, which I am just showing to you. Terminal building, Mumbai International Airport, and even residential apartments in DLF Chennai, and even in this area also a lot of Statue of Unity also. We have been, when we are in LNT, I was in LNT, we have proposed that to save water. Accordingly, lot of fittings has been chosen. So, having seen, okay, just little lighter note. What is wrong in the picture? Can anybody tell me what is wrong? This created a big havoc in one of the airports. What is wrong in this picture? Anybody? Just can you? At least I can tell. Sir, sorry. Don't. No, go to that side. Okay, anyhow, see the circulation, physically challenged or whatever you call, the circulation space is very less, and that is one thing. Another one is the door, whatever they have put, that is opening inside. Normally, physical change door has to come outside, or it should be sliding, and movement of the space is a must. And that is why, that's the thing which I want to just share with you before going to the part 2 of the presentation. Water management plan, a case study of a project. I'll tell you a case study of a project that is of 9 acres land, okay? And first, before you proceed, step number 1, form a team. Number 2, analyze. Number 3, test. 4th is a correct reaction accordingly. Quickly, I will tell you what is a water management plan and what we did in that project. That is a project combining of Market of India, residential as well as the shopping complex. This is the plan. Post completion requirement, existing source of water in the campus, meeting the water demand, how to reduce the water demand. In fact, water for construction I am not going to touch here. What is the post completion? See, for this 49 acres of land, domestic freshwater requirement has come to 2,400 KLD, flushing water 1,800, total demand is 4,200 KLD. Just carefully watch the figure here. Residential 855, you can see here, all these things comes here, total demand is 4,100. STP 3,800 I am going to get. STP 3,800 KLD I am going to get 95%. See, figure you forget about it. 100% I am getting 95%. Okay. In that, what is the water balance? Water balance. Domestic is 2,400. The balance water, which is taken from STP, where I am trying to use, find out, flushing, HVAC, landscape, groundwater recharge also plant, disposable to Nalla for surface water. Again, that is also for the treatment, and this much 3,800 is being distributed. Even here, I am not showing here, even domestic also, out of 2,400 KLD, 25%, 20 to 25% from the rainwater, direct rainwater we have planned. So that means there is a question of demand here. Straight away, I am just reducing my demand. This is going to be the future. This is what I am trying to convey to all of you here. And in fact, if it reaches the students, various colleges, that will be very much useful for them so that they will be able to work on it. Work on it because youngsters always have a lot of innovative ideas. They will come up with a lot of solutions. This is the balance. Again, I am just picturizing it here. So see, that water level study we did it. This is not meeting the water demand. You can see here, yield from open well 1,000, from metro 1,400, total demand 2,400. To reduce 40%, this is the 900 KLD, we reduced it only by selection of water efficient fixtures. Only by selection of water efficient fixtures. This is self-sustainable. Again, rainwater collection to groundwater recharge, installing water efficiency products, zoning the water meter. We are now going to the smart system, artificial intelligence, all these things. That is only for monitoring. We need to do monitoring. See, one point which I want to share here, where I am staying in hotel, I think Sir Prakash sir can tell me. Even in the hotel nowadays, that awareness have come now. Even they have put one label. Water has to be used efficiently, only one flush. All those things have been now picturized now. So that means only implementation is the question. Awareness is there. If I don't know, in kitchen and all, ladies are anybody can tell me while watching the food utensils, water off பண்ணி clean பண்ணிருக்கீங்களான்னு சொல்லுங்க. மனசை தொட்டு சொல்லுங்க. Anybody can tell me, I am talking in Tamil, but anybody can tell me, இன்னும் தண்ணியை திறந்து விட்டு தான் வாஷ் பண்ணுவாங்க. But they know that they are wasting water, but still they wash like that. So that is the awareness. அதை கொஞ்சம் நம்ம control பண்ணாலே it will lead to a big savings. Some of the photos where we did this, but this is our own project already done. All these things have been happened. Only that water efficient fixtures, 50% balance is there, which we are recommending it to them. So this is the exact calculation. Residential, Market of India, mall, school. This is the total, and this is the saving you can see here. 905 KLD is being done, reduced only by the use of water efficient fixtures. This is what is the calculation is 9 LPF liters per flush to 4 liters per flush. 10 LPM, 6 LPM, 12 LPM, 8 LPM, 2 liters per flush. Move on to 0.5 liters per flush. Here there is one challenge is there. Anybody can tell me what is the challenge? One important challenge is there. Normally, sewage water which is running, that is goes by gravity. When you reduce this type of amount, there is a possibility of going a dry drain wherein velocity will not be there. Your solids will get deposited. And that considering that also, we have already accounted all those things to avoid the dry drain facilities. So this is what I want to try to convey to all of you, that there is a potential is there, awareness are there. Only thing is which is pending. Which is pending, sir? Implementation is pending. Implementation, it is like this. Design is over, construction is over, planning is over, construction is over. Which is important in any building? Maintenance is very, very important. Similarly, in this case, implementation is important. With this, I'll just give you, see, quickly, two cases just see. What is this picture shows? What is this picture? See, there is a problem in one of the apartments. They are getting black water in the morning. Why? Because when we analyze, I don't have time so that to have interaction. When we analyze, there is a bore well near to the sewage chamber. This sewage chamber is not completely plastered, not made watertight, and that water getting into the bore water and getting mixed. And you know what will happen when we analyze? We abandon the borewell. That's different. That is only after finding out the fault. But under any circumstances, this should not be there. Borewell next to the chamber should not be there. The another one which I will tell you, there is operation theatre which was running on. Operation theatre. The patient is lying below. At the top, leakage is happening. That too, sewage water is leaking. That is dropping out. That is a big case. Halabula included when I was given L&T also. That problem existed in L&T. What happened is, when I went to the client, he fired us left and right. But what went wrong here? Anybody can tell me what went wrong? Not the question of plumbing properly not done, this is not done, all fine. But what went wrong? No toilet should be above the ICU room. No toilet as above the ICU room. No toilet above kitchen. See, these are the planning which we need to have it in your mind. That's it. I think this is apartment. Beautifully planned, beautifully executed. Something was leakage. How did that fellow want to claim? So these are all the real practice problems which we are facing. And even for fixing the water meter to find out the water, I'm not able to fix it. So these are the real case studies. So many are there. But with that, I'm trying to conclude with the two statements. One, it's time to stop burning our planet and start investing in the abundant renewable energy all around us, available with us. That is, by UN Secretary. Prime Minister of India highlighted in the conference of party COP26, need for mindful and deliberate utilization rather than wasteful consumption, but achieving it needs work. Homework is required. India's commitment to achieve net zero emission by 2030, we are all working towards that, and let's wish everyone all the best and never stop fighting until you arrive at your destined place. That is the unique you. Everybody is having a unique personality. Have an aim in life, continuously acquire knowledge, work hard, and have perseverance to realize a great life. I am not told. Late Abdul Kalam sir told this statement. And wishing you all the best. And remember ORA, anything you do, sir, I think give a good round of applause for the entire management team, the organizing team, because they have taken this ORA into their hand. ORA is nothing but ownership with the responsibility and accountability. When you take any work with ownership, responsibility, accountability, you will succeed in your life. And thank you very much for your patient listening. I hope I have contained my time. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable session on the importance of water management in today's world, and also for giving us realizations of what the world soon would become if we don't start now. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Shaji Jacob, representative from Institute of Engineering, India, and Mr. Nebu Abraham to present the memento to Dr. Veerapan. Mr. Verghese A. Johns is an esteemed civil structural engineer with an impressive professional career spanning over 42 years, currently serving as the Vice President at Geostructurals Private Limited in Cochin, Kerala. He plays a key role in design and technical management of multi-story residential, commercial and industrial projects. Mr. Johns embarked on his career as civil engineer with HCC Limited in Bombay. He later gained valuable experience through his work with prominent organizations in Saudi Arabia, UAE and Qatar, including renowned consultants, oil and gas producing companies like Aramco and ADNOC and structural steel EPC companies. Since 2019, Mr. Johns has been a valuable asset to Geostructurals Limited Cochin, taking on the role of Vice President. He is a fellow member of the Institution of Engineering India and the Indian Association of Structural Engineers. Additionally, Mr. Johns holds esteemed certification of professional engineer and is a member of American Society of Civil Engineers. He also serves as an advisor to various national and international organizations. I am most pleased to welcome you, sir, to educate us with various concepts, benefits of off-site construction and modular building techniques.
Hello. Thank you for this wonderful introduction. Today I am really happy that to be here and then part of this presentation, this event. And the topic was I am going to present is prefab, precast and pre-engineered building. And the title, what is actually put it as, the benefit of off-site construction and modular building techniques. So we are all aware that what is the current status of prefab and precast and pre-engineered and modular structures nowadays actually catching up in the market, and it is going to be the future as well. So when you start the definition of what is actually a off-site construction, is a construction procedure that involves planning, designing, fabrication, transportation, and fabricated building items and disassembling on the site with great speed and high degree of finish. The degree of precision as far as better than on-site construction. And off-site construction has elements that is componentized, panelized and modularized, which are used to perform as structural elements, enclosure and service elements as an interior partition system. This is what basically the all precast, prefab, pre-engineered and modular construction is nowadays is happening. So the most important component of this off-site construction is precast concrete. The precast concrete can be either we can call it as a ready-made concrete or prefabricated concrete. The form of construction is cast in reusable mold and then cured in a controlled environment. Precast plant is called precast concrete because it is a repetitive actually kind of construction procedure what we do for large number of buildings or structures or facilities. Then structural members as concrete frames, concrete walls and concrete floors can be constructed using precast concrete. Then prefabrication as defined will be done in 2 stages, manufacturing at factory condition and erection of components in the required location. So we can just have a look at it when this precast concrete has actually, when it was invented. And it is during the World War I. First, after that, a British city engineer, one John Alexander Body, patented the process of constructing precast paneling building because the war is always actually an initiative to develop engineering and development because it's always actually by force. We used to have engineering advancement. So they wanted to have to house the soldiers at site or the war zones. So they had to develop something as a precast building, immediately constructed. Like what we have sitting here in 2 days, this is constructed and we are housed so fast. This is the advantage of having a precast or a prefab construction. Recorded pile foundation with precast in India. During the time of British, they actually did this Madras port using precast piles. Then they actually formulated Precast Concrete Institute, PCI UK, and over a period of time that we also have developed the precast, not that early, but still recently we have established the precast and prestressed the codes and standards also for design and implementation. That is, you can see that IS 15916, 15917, 11447 and National Building Code of India. That also explains and gives the requirements for precast construction and design. See, we can see what are the applications of precast and prefabricated system today. It is being used in most of the projects nowadays, partially or fully. So the precast pavements, septic tanks, drainage, this is all what we see daily. Somewhere you will see a precast when you go to a construction site or any part of construction. Prefabrication, industrial steel building, and pre-engineered building, PEB systems, steel bridges, pre-stressed bridges, culverts, precast foundations, footings, precast piles, storage tanks and concrete as well as steel, silos, pressure vessels, industrial structures, and so on. Modular construction, portable cabin, high-rise building forms using modular construction, railway sleepers and electric poles and offshore platforms. Most of these applications are very big projects as well as very essential nowadays that we have to have speed in construction and achieving the facility in operation so that we spend less money, more economical and optimized type of construction. So if you come to precast concrete highway and railway bridges, then we know that high girders, pre-stressed reinforced concrete, steel plate girders and bridges, pre-stressed concrete segmental construction, pedestrian underpass, vehicle underpass. So there is a large amount of pre-stress and precast construction is required in the highways and railways nowadays. This is started a long time ago. That reduces the time and speedy construction and quality construction also. It is very well managed in a controlled construction or fabrication, so you can manage or maintain the quality as much as possible and best. So the India prefabricated building market growth trends and what happened actually Indian prefabricated building market is something in the range of USD 2.3 billion in the current year. So I'm anticipated to register a compound annual growth rate of 13% in the coming years. So the COVID-19 pandemic had caused massive disruption to the construction projects all over India. So most of the construction is actually in the very high pace picking up to compensate what is actually lost and to catch up with the market share they lost. So the importance of precast and prefab is actually also becoming more prominent in doing that. So a big opportunity for prefab companies in India, and the hundreds of thousands of plants are expected to require in the future coming there. Unfortunately, the state which we are in, Kerala, is very little precast or prefab factories are here. So, but it is, I think it is going to happen in the coming years, or maybe it is going to, the need will force them to have something like that. And India is expected to become the third largest construction market in the world by 2025. So this is one thing which is going to have a very promising business opportunity for all the precast or maybe the fast construction rather less instead of going for conventional type of engineering or construction. So India's construction is expected to be $1.4 trillion in 2025. That is what actually it is expected. So the urban population will contribute 75% of GDP up from 63. So 68 cities will have populations over 1 million up to 42 in 2021. India's construction industry is divided into 250 subsectors, well cross-sectional connections. In 2030, India's real estate industry is expected to be worth $1 trillion. So contributing 13% of the country's GDP. So the construction industry is going to drive the economy of the country, so that how important this fast methodology or construction in the coming years. So we all know, we are all come from the engineering background and the construction background. We always say that if you talk to a contractor or anybody, then what is actually he faces 15-25% materials are wasted, 25% of construction is rework, 30% of job site is unproductive, 40% of projects are over budget, 70% of projects are late. Quality is always an issue. These are the things what is actually in reality happening. How you can overcome these things when compared to a conventional type of construction, or this is also another forcing element to go forward for using precast or prefab construction. Then what are the advantages? Saves construction time and labor, quality assurance, use of pre-stressed concrete, cost effectiveness, durability, and aesthetic. You can get a very nice finish and color and other things when you don't have to do further painting or surface coating or anything you can achieve in the factory itself. So the safe construction platform that is always done in a controlled environment inside a factory, so you don't have risk involved in fatal risk involved like in a construction site. Shuttering and scaffolding is not necessary. This is one of the most expensive elements in a construction at site. So this can be eliminated or maybe avoided by having a precast construction. Installation of building services also is actually pre-designed, that is the only risk or maybe difficulty what we have. Everything has to be pre-designed, decided, so that you can put your services also, electrical conduits, holes for plumbing, fixtures and other things has to be designed. You cannot do a on-site correction or modification as easily as what you do in the construction. That is comparatively, since we are doing a better planning and design and engineering, so we can do it. Then independent of weather conditions, most of the activities are inside a factory. So you don't depend on the monsoon or maybe the site problems. What you have, the labor agitations, you employ less labor force, clean and dry work site, better housekeeping. So you don't dump waste. You will, like sir said, it is a lean kind of construction methodology, not waste is generated as such in the normal construction site. Possibility of alterations, reuse during precasting, that can be done during changes. Correct shape and dimensions and sharp edges are maintained because the finishing is comparatively much better in terms of you don't have to do an extra plaster. So that is also an advantage by doing a clearly and good mold precast panel or a system. And so high initial investment, this is what the contractors are a little bit worried about, because to make this kind of facility, you have to have a initial investment, setting up their factories, machineries and skilled laborers, skilled workers, technical people and so on. And you should have a continuous business also to continue with this. So that is where the problem arises. But once this methodology is applicable or come into the market in a standard way, or maybe in quantity, or maybe this will overcome, because there will be a continuous project, depends on what a factories actually can produce. Then transportation issue, that is another difficult thing because of the congested roads. You know what size of a module you will transport, what trailer you will take it. All these kind of problems are always, your length of the component will be restricted to maybe maximum 12 meters or less than that, depends. And moving through the difficult, traffic, that is another biggest issue. So there are some limitations, but people are moving up to 18 meters in Cochin in the night. With special permission, you can do it, but not in the daytime or Sunday. Then handling difficulties and so on, modification at site, it is difficult, sensitive connection works and things like that. So again, handling transportation, difficulty in connecting precast unit, produce some effectors monolithic, that I will talk little detail later. High transport costs, large, heavier components, large site yard is required for storage at site. Erection equipment, tower and mobile cranes, skilled labor and things of that. So where actually we are going to save cost in doing a precast. So it's basically on the wastage control, because the wastage production is minimized to the almost nil. Okay, there will be little, but not like an actual construction site. You create a lot of construction waste, and it is very difficult to remove, and health hazard and so many other risk hazard, everything is actually created. That can be avoided. So that is one of the areas. The speed of the construction, maybe 1/3 or more than that can be saved by doing a precast construction. Quality is good, precast enhances safety, and virtually no repair or reworking cost, like what we have seen is more than 30% is rework at site. That doesn't happen. Stay established precast concrete means 23.22 cheaper, or some figures are there, it may vary. So these are some of the cost saving points, and this is a graph showing that material saved against in concrete and steel and manpower and wastage also, which is actually a tower graph which is showing something like that. And when you want to have a precast construction or a precast project, there are some barriers to precast concrete construction. Cost issues, and then project delivery and supply chain. How you get your materials on, what are the requirements of how sequentially, like said, just in time. Also, all these things we have to apply and get the materials on site for a fast kind of construction as the sequence of construction. And then design issues, awareness and knowledge, policies and regulation, and social climate and market demand. So these are some of I'm not going very detailed into it because of the time constraint. So the applications of pre-stressed precast concrete. This is one of the main advantages. Mostly that the L&T and all is doing a lot of pre-stressed girders. This is the advantage. You do it in a yard and then bring it to the site and install it. So there is a lot of advantages by doing building structures. They have load balancing and all. You come with a very smaller sections if you do a pre-stressing and things like that. So larger spans and then reduce structural thickness, faster stripping time, reduce material cost, things of this kind. So now look at that. Where are the applications of most of the precast, like culverts, building slabs, reservoirs or swimming pools, and retaining structures and bridges, box culverts and things like that, fencing. So this normally now we can see in most of the cities, the metro projects are actually, most of them are box girders. These are all precast things. How fast we are constructing these metros because of this facilities are available. Using this heavy cranes and everything is actually being done in no time. Kilometers, you do it in one day. So this is the concrete girder beam system that we have in KMRL, this system here, not the box girders. So like this precast segmental construction, this is just a picture of that. And then precast or prefabricated steel trusses with, these are all fast constructions. You know how long it will take to build a bridge like this in a normal way. So you do fabricate all these things at the yard with the design fast and then fabricate it and bring and install it. It is become operational within no time. So this is what basically the public's projects or maybe the services what people can enjoy, not like earlier days we take months and years to build a bridge. That time is over because of the precast and prefabrication system is available in there. So this is again like precasting of pre-stressed concrete girders also the road project. This is, you come, everything is actually precast here. So I just bring it and then construct and do it. And this is another thing which we are in the oil and gas energy. Most of the structure, what is seen, the jacket as well as the top side, everything is precast or prefabricated in a yard and then bring it to the offshore and then put it together and build it. So this is huge construction that is actually happening in precast or this is prefabrication like. So then we come to prefabricated steel structural building system. Now there is a lot of buildings, high-rise buildings are being constructed using steel structures, which is slowly picking up, but elsewhere in outside India, and mostly if you go to Middle East and all, the composite structures are in place maximum. So it reduces the space, faster construction, and then prefabrication is actually being done. Also the composite floor systems, steel building solution and things like this is actually Central Building Research Association actually preparing all this kind of innovative studies as well as recommending. Even the Transport Ministry also is actually been encouraging by issuing advices or orders to use more than 40% of precast element in their construction sequence. So these are all, government is actually encouraging this. And we also have to do it in private sector as well, so that fast construction can be done. And see, like this is some pictures I am just doing a complete steel structure building, which is done in Panvel, Mumbai. This entire frame is actually steel structure. It won't take much time for erection or maybe at site. It's all prefabricated in a factory and then bring to the site and then done. So I may be from those who are coming from Calcutta, you have seen this building, best innovative steel. The entire thing is actually a steel structure. And they are at Calcutta, the consultant was from Singapore. So this is, and they also won one of the best award for the building structures in 3 years ago. So this is something which is how a structural steel building will go in the sequence of what are the different types of building frame structure systems. And then these are lateral load assisting system for stability and all. We use a lot of moment connections, shear walls or bracing systems and things like that. It's all design, concept, adoption, what you can do. So this is design of composite floor system, how you put your decks and shear studs and composite kind of succession, which reduces your thickness of the slab system, because if you go for a concrete beam, which will be much deeper, maybe up to 1 meter deep, and it will take a lot of space, and you don't have space sometimes crossing your services. AC ducts or maybe pipes or other things, because you lose, suppose you are building a 20-story building and 1 meter you are deemed that you are losing 20 meters of space. So you can reduce that by using this composite floor system. So this is actually how it is actually been constructed, a deck system and a concrete is being poured. So this is the behavior of a composite, and the symbol, you can see that the stress diagram shows that how it will work together and independent, So this is also another steel building, because you can have very large spans. If you build a steel building, your column locations are maybe 10 meter, 15 meters and things like that. And nowadays you get hollow core slab up to 20 meters spanning. So you don't have much interference in space utilization, if you use. This is actually in Europe, people use this technology, and then most of the buildings are done steel structures so that they don't have frequent columns and other things, in buildings like what we construct here. So this is one of the best advantage of having steel structures, prefabricated steel structures. So you can see that 9 to 15 meter in span, and you put 6 to 9 meter of precast or hollow core slabs. So you don't have much of an interference. You can have a large span building system. This also is another way you can do is the steel beams can be cut open for passing your services. There are castellated beams also available nowadays. So you can pass through all your, so you reduce your waste space between the two floors. And it will be more, your supports are also, maybe these beams can support your services as well. So there is a lot of advantages by doing structure, floor systems and things like that. And these are all what I can say, bracing systems, what is required for a steel building. And these are all steel concrete composite structures, which nowadays most commonly used reinforced concrete inside a tube or a square hollow or a circular hollow, and sections of I sections or C section channels are also being used. So these are all, this improves the case of the slenderness and other things, the load bearing capacity of the sections comparatively much smaller, 50% of a concrete column. So this is something, a comparative study of RCC steel and composite. What is the size of RCC that you reduce in steel and composite? How much space you can save by doing this type of a construction. So this is something, a comparative study actually conducted by some of the thesis or somewhere. So this is a cost evaluation, how actually the difference. Of course, the steel structure are costlier than RCC in the beginning. In some level, what is actually the biggest advantage is that you can finish the job maybe in 50% of the times. Your revenue start coming maybe much earlier than what you expected, and you can get a much faster quality product as well. So then now we comes to the one of the type of structure which is getting popular in our country, and that is PEB, pre-engineered buildings. So I know that you are all, most of the warehouses, storage, stores and other things, most of the people, even buildings also, they have started doing pre-engineered building system. What actually they do is they fabricate the sections from plates, welding the web to the flange, either in both sides or maybe sometimes in one side. That is one risk in there which people don't look into much detail. And they taper the frames. Like, you can see the section sizes are varying from the eave to the bottom, because the envelope of bending moment, they cut, save material there. That is how they do it. So this is various components of a pre-engineered building system. So you can see that this can be done, the erection can be done, or all the items are pre-fabricated from a factory and then bring to, say, within a month, or maybe the foundations are ready within a month, they can finish the warehouse or a storage yard. So this is the approach of pre-engineered building, how it is actually the stability approach, how it is actually being taken care of with the vertical as well as lateral and longitudinal directions. And this is the design criteria. I'm not going to explain in detail now, but this is the standard methodology what we apply for doing or designing a building. So these are the codes, the American, most of the PEB companies are using American code here. And they use something called a manual called MBMA, that is Metal Building Manufacturers. So that is not a code, it's only a small guideline manual. And the loads, live loads and other things are recommended by IS 875 is not in line with this. They use a very low live load and dead load and things like that. Is sometimes it's not acceptable to match with the Indian standard. That's why in PEB we don't have a code yet in IS. So we try to use the IS 800 2007, but it is little conservative because it is for heavy structural steel, not for light structural steel. So you can see that Zamil Steel is one of the PEB builder. They have done a high-rise building, Jeepers 11 commercial complex in New Delhi. So they do is, see, these are the application: industrial building, indoor stadiums, parking lots, railway station, and so many places they use aircraft hammers. So they can do very large span buildings up to 40 meters, 50 meters and things like that. So it's all then metro stations, warehouse, high-rise buildings. So this is actually the way they fabricate pre-engineered building. The tapered sections based on the bending moment envelope, they cut and save a lot of material. So this is how it is actually differentiated between pre-engineered building versus conventional building. So this is actually the bending moment diagram which I am showing to show that how they arrive at this kind of a shaping. So it is a pin base and then a fixed base both. This is also another weight calculation for standard conventional steel and PEB as per 800 and as per MBA, how much difference it is actually coming in the steel weight. But I won't say it is it's a much saving, but we have to make sure that it is safely designed. Because the safety is one of the important things which we have to make sure that any code what we use, the designer has to be sure about what they are designing is safe. So this is the cost weight comparison of the steel. This is again cost. Okay, now let us talk about prefab and precast technology when it comes to concrete. So prefab technology is actually wise, eco-friendly, sustainable, time and cost saving, better quality control and proper strength. These are the elements which actually governing the prefab technology is catching up. So the technologies are formwork system, precast sandwich panel system, light gauge steel structural system, steel structural system, precast concrete construction system. So this is different type of prefabrication technologies implemented in there. And the formwork system, there are different type of formworks, which is monolithic concrete construction system, aluminum formwork, modular, caissons and sys-molding technology. So these are all recommended by CSIR. So they recommend this kind of systems which can implement in the precast or prefabrication. And this is precast sandwich panel system. And then now this is also catching up very much light gauge steel frame structures. These are also another type of prefabricated, okay, this is fabricated and executed at site. This is how it is. But you can have the wall panel, roof panel, everything can be prefabricated and bring to the site and then do it. So benefit of precast, there are a lot of benefits, high quality, fire resistant, strength, and so on. There are so many advantages in doing, and then benefits also there. These are all different types of components of a precast. So this is how it is actually. So they are giving me a notice that I should cut short do it. So let me jump. So these are all different these things. See, I just wanted to say something about the stability of the tall building system, how it is actually achieved in precast building. This is the most challenging thing in designing a precast high-rise building, because the most important thing is the connection design. So we have to failure corner columns or maybe facade column. So how many minutes more you are giving me? Finished? 10 minutes? Okay, so I have to conclude here. These are all different types of this thing. I will just pass through all the, because the subject topic is so big. You cannot just come touch the entire thing. People are building all this type of, these are all precast, prefab building systems. And this is one of the building, Instacon, Mohali, they have erected in 48 hours, precast building. Now, the recent development that we actually become one of the most populated country in the world. So what happens from China, shifting the world to the center of gravity is shifted to India now. So this is the price, roti kapda or makan. You can see that what is the amount of money you need for a housing purpose. In 2020 or 2040, the percentage is something in the range of 800%. So what we will do in problems, low cost housing, that is the only solution for this. And the government of India has actually developed so many yojanas by the Pradhan Mantri Yojana and all those things, which is actually capping up, which is mainly for precast. And now the Hindustan Prefab Limited Government of India, that is started in India a long time ago. So this is some kind of a construction projects can be more efficient and more faster or cheaper by doing project management technique, value engineering, then constructability, logical site, then implementation of BIM, adoption of BIM technology in the construction management. So that is what is BIM and how it is actually, there are 8 dimensions of BIM, 1 to 8. And now BIM is going to be outdated very soon. It is going to be replaced with integrated collaboration platforms. That is another one more step ahead. So then end value management, these are all time and cost control in project management, and cost of and use of artificial intelligence in construction management. That also is being nowadays introduced. Then we didn't talk about modular construction. This is the last point of the presentation. Modular is actually another complete fabrication of your module as an apartment or maybe a house, and then take it to the site and install it. So this is the modern modular design concept. What is the size and other things are being decided based on the transportation. Then you design your modular system and then construct it and design it, then modeling and then bracing system. These are all LGSFS buildings constructed. Well, it is very important to bring sustainability into precast. How much sustainable it is going to be, the precast construction is considered as very sustainable. Development that meets the needs of a present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. We do not inherit the earth from our parents, we borrow it from our children. Because we are borrowing everything what is reserved for them, we are stealing. So let us honor the debt. So these are all points which is required, buildings. This is actually a net zero construction. Then global this thing. And this is one point which I would like to say, because of the global warming, there was a study conducted by National Institute of Oceanography. They found that if the water level increases in Cochin in the coming years, something in the range of 598 square kilometer sea level, the area of Cochin will be underwater. So this is a very alarming situation. Then what civil engineering can do for this? So what I would like to conclude with, we are the first generation to feel the sting of climate change, and we are the last generation that we can do something about it, because this is associated with the prefab and other things, which more than 25 to 40% of carbon emissions can be controlled in doing prefab and precast. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom on off-site construction and its benefits, highlighting the impact of COVID-19 on the prefabricated buildings market in India and so on. Now, I would like to invite Mr. C. Gauridasan Nair and Mr. Nebu Abraham to present the memento to Mr. Verghese Jones. Moving on, I invite members of Supreme Organization to take over the stage for product presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be on this August audience. I wish to thank Mr. Nebu Ibrahim, the editor, the chief strategist behind the CP. Today, I represent the company called Supreme Industries Limited. Most of you would be knowing about this company. And since he says there is paucity of time, and he has just given me 15 minutes to talk, so there is no product presentation or slides. I'll just briefly inform you about the company and its activities. So the company's headquarters is at Mumbai. The birth of this company is from Kerala itself, starting from a rubber factory, and now it is turned over to plastics. In plastics, we manufacture everything that is possible to be manufactured. We have lot of items that comes to our residences without our knowledge. Some of them are like our molded furniture, which is very popular in the country itself. Then we have the plastic tarpaulins, which we manufactured for the first time in India. Then we have the industrial plastic products that comprises of products like dashboards and for the vehicles, Tata Motors and all, we are supplying. Then we have material handling crates. Then the packaging products that is in plastic pouches and milk covers that do come to our houses. These are all manufactured by the company. Plastic piping division, that is now 60% of the company's turnover. Today we have close to 9,000 items in plastic piping industry. Dr. Veerappan was talking about water conservation and water, all those things. I was very much delighted because a lot of these products we are also manufacturing. He had shown one slide where the sewage water was getting contaminated with the borewell water. Now we have the system where we can also provide you plastic manholes, which has a long life. Now the concrete this thing has been stopped. Rather, it is being stopped. The general thing what happens is we face the problem where the plumbers who are doing the work are not educated. They are the lower strata of the society. So it is our endeavor to teach them or even inculcate skills to them on how to do plumbing in an effective way. So all these problems that can be solved. We find that these plumbers, they have a certain knowledge which they try to pass on to their assistants, which is not of any good. So keeping that in mind, the company has got an innovation and technology team, which is also running a knowledge center at our factory in Gadegaon. Here we are training all the plumbers. Even we are having sessions with the architects, engineers at our knowledge center, which is located at Gadegaon. The small knowledge center is also functioning at our Cochin office. Here we are regularly training these plumbing people, and we are showing them the products. We are telling them how to use these products. That is the way we are now moving ahead. The company has close to 28 factories all over India, manufacturing all the products that I mentioned, and we have reached a level of 5 lakh metric tons per annum. Materials have been sold. We have today that our company's major thing is all plastic items we will be manufacturing and we will be giving it to the market. Now we have close to about 10,000 dealers all over India who are marketing our products, and we also have a robust marketing team who are also in the market. Our product range of 9,000 items in plumbing has come due to the interaction with all the plumbers and engineers. We developed all these products based on their suggestions only. So if you see our stall at 1 and 2, all these items, a lot of items have been displayed. More and more items will be in the place over the period of time. Today when we say 9,000, next year perhaps it can be more than 10,000 or 11,000 items, because plumbing is like a vast ocean and we are just a drop in that ocean, because it requires a lot of effort. As Dr. Veerappan said, it requires effort. Everything is there in place, but implementation, that is the real difficult thing. So we would also like to join with them, and definitely we'll look into it and how to go about it. Moreover, the company has moved ahead and has got exporting orders to about 55 countries as of today. So that's about it, all about the company. If all of you are welcome to visit our stall, you can just come over there. We'll explain to you all the items. If I have to show you all these 9,000 items on slide, it will take me more than 2 hours, which my friend will not allow me. He is just going to murder me for that. Okay. So let me thank you for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Surya Prakash is a highly accomplished civil engineer and entrepreneur. With a passion for his field, he has successfully handled a wide range of projects across India and abroad, employing a team of 100 engineers. He has been actively involved in professional organizations and held prestigious positions such as the past president of ACCE from 2013 to 2015 and the past president of the Pre-Engineering Structure Society of India. Additionally, he He is founding trustee of the Smart Infrastructures Engineering Service Trustee since 2016. Throughout his career, Mr. Surya Prakash has successfully managed projects for the Ministry of Defense, public sector organizations, and state governments. His areas of specialization include design, engineering project, management of buildings, and infrastructure projects. Furthermore, he has served as an expert faculty for ESCI and CIRE in transmission line design and project management. I invite Engineer Surya Prakash to the upcoming session in order to gain an understanding of resilience in structural engineering. Welcome.
Thank you for giving a good introduction about me. And I thank Nebu Abram particularly for inviting me for this knowledge sharing session. And this is the topic I'm talking for the first time. Though I have been working on last 20 years, it has given me an opportunity to document what I have done in the last 20 years in this resilience in structural engineering. So the overview is, I'll give base introduction and about resilience and about structural engineering, climate change and need for resilience in structures, and strategies and approach to resilient structural design, and finally the conclusion. This is in short. So we are all aware about built environment, how fast it is growing, and growing population in the world, and need for built environment and its sustainability. We are very well aware. At the same time, we are also seeing the climate change. These two are complementing each other. The population growth and need for built environment, and the climate change and need for more resilient built environment. And we are aware there are disasters and hazards growing. I'll be talking about it, and the structures to be resilient for resilient communities. Communities have to be resilient. We have had experience in the 2020 due to COVID-19, and we were resilient to respond to that disaster, and then we have rebuilt our societies and communities. Similar way, the structures also need to be resilient to the hazardous extreme loading conditions, which we don't estimate or which are not prescribed by the codal provisions. And we are aware of our east coast, like Orissa, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, how they are prone to hazards and how we are resilient to those hazards, like cyclone hazards. And next, Netherlands is a country where we are affected by the storm surge and how they have built resilient infrastructure. Next, Japan is another example of resilient structures for earthquake resistance, how they have built the resilient structures. So we need to adopt these mitigation measures to tackle these hazards, unexpected loading or extreme loading. And we need to have the codal provisions and engineering practices and materials particularly, and methods of construction. These are all the things which I'll be touching today. So resilience is basically the capacity of the body to imbibe energy when the body deformed in its elastic state. And quickly to understand, so this is what we see in a ball. When it bounces back, there is a resilience in the ball to regain its shape, though it is affected due to the elasticity. And the community resilience we have seen after Mumbai terror attacks, and the buildings play a critical role, like Gujarat after the earthquake, or Kerala after the floods, and Andhra Pradesh after the cyclones. Like that, we are seeing the resilient communities post hazards. And importance of providing emergency response is very, very essential. And so the community resilience is very important, and for community resilience, built environment resilience is also equally important or even more important. So because of the significant economic costs and potential loss of life associated with this hazard, we need to have resilience in the infrastructure. So here you can see the ecological resilience. When you have a cyclone, how the trees respond, the natural structures, how they respond. There is a lot of resilience. And I'm sure you must be knowing that one of the ways of estimating the wind speed is the survival, survival of the trees and their age. If a 100-year tree cannot survive a cyclone, that means the cyclone's wind speed is higher than 100 years. So that's how we utilize this data. Next, floods, how they affect the built environment. Mainly covering action and the collapse of the buildings. Though structure is resilient, if the foundation is yielding or soil is yielding, it's not resilient. So we have to understand that. Next is the landslides. When there is a landslide, if we don't tackle the landslides basically, though the structure is resilient, it will not stay. And next is the best example of resilience in the world is the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Though it is not designed for such settlement, the tower has got the inbuilt resilience. That's why it is surviving even after the settlement beyond the design. So this is the example of resilience. And then we see earthquakes. Most of the buildings, though not designed, survive the earthquake because of the resilience in the buildings. Because of the, you call it the redundancy or you call it the robustness in the structure. So this is the resilience. Next is the fire accidents. This is another thing which we don't design exactly the structures, but structures survive the resilience. I'm going to give the examples of practical projects which we handled with this, utilizing the resilience in the structures and restoring the structural life. Next is the man-made errors during construction or after the construction. So we see the structures failing. So even for man-made errors, we have resilience in the structures. I'll be tackling that example. And next is the cyclone, structures being not resilient. We see the failure. Terrorist attack. We have seen the World Trade Center. It has collapsed, but the resilience in the structure has helped saving many lives. You know, even after such attack, there are only deaths of 2,700, though the people in the building were more than 6,000. So many people could be saved, lives could be saved because of the resilience in the structure, though limited period. So now I'll get into the actual resilience. So we have different types of resilience. We have adaptive resilience. That is normally happens in the nature and human body. We have adaptive resilience, like what happened after the corona attack. We were resilient and we have adapted to that. Similarly, structures can have adaptive resilience. That is like self-healing kind of concrete that we are using. Next, engineering resilience. That's what is important for us. We engineer resilience for the structure. We have done the projects for giving resilience to the infrastructure. Particularly in Andhra Pradesh, I have handled the project. And next is the ecological resilience. That we see in nature, ecological resilience. It takes time, but a tree that is damaged or a cyclone, it reconstructs itself over a period. That is ecological resilience. Finally, fails and no resilience. That we are not discussing today. So structural resilience is the ability to rapidly resume to use of the building, except for cosmetic repairs, like what happened in Gujarat. I was in Gujarat post-earthquake. I'll explain that, what we have done for giving resilience to the structures, for rebuilding the communities. And avoidance or diminution or removal of identified threats or hazards. This is the major part of mitigating the hazards and building resilience to the structures. And the preparation for disaster event scenarios. So what are the, like any project that we do in a given area, what are the possible hazards, possible threats for the structure, and we have to build the design basis for mitigating those hazards and giving the resilience to the structure. Now, if you see the design, it all started with intuitive design, we know, and then code-based design, that's normally what we do, and then we have performance-based design. That is, actually, we estimate the hazard and we design for that hazard that is a performance-based design. Next, consequence and risk-based design. This is also calculated. We calculate the risk and we design for that risk in the structure. Finally, now the latest that today we are talking about is resilience-based design. Means we cannot estimate the hazard, but we build the resilience to the structure. So even if you have the loads that are unanticipated, the structure should be safe enough to withstand such extreme loading conditions. So now let us look at the climate change that we are all aware. Now it is most talked about subject in the world actually, climate change. Global warming we know and its impact on temperature rise and excess rainfall which we are experiencing. I'll show the data, what I collected to show how the climate change is affecting. And then excess rainfall will cause flooding. We have 100 years flood data, but it will exceed the 100-year flood data, what happened in Kerala recently. So same in cities also it is happening. And cyclones, we are seeing the cyclones with the wind speeds that are exceeding one after the other since last 20, 30 years. This is the effect of climate change. So this demands for the design, resilience-based design, because we cannot estimate what kind of wind speeds you will encounter, what kind of flooding you are going to encounter, and next temperatures, rising temperatures, like now in Andhra Pradesh, it is recording highest temperatures in the last 100 years, 49 degrees in a coastal area. You can imagine. So what effects it will cause to fire accidents in the buildings. So nobody would have designed for that temperature change, the structures. But structure, if it is resilient, it will withstand that kind of temperature. So now this is the picture of Hyderabad in 2020 October due to the floods, which is never anticipated, which has exceeded the 100-year back flood, which was mitigated by Mokshagundam Visvesvaraya. So this is the rainfall data if you collect. So in 100 years, there were 5 peaks of rainfall in 100 years. In the last 20 years, that is 2000 to 2000 now, there are 6 peaks already. In 22 years, we have 6 peaks of rainfall, 100-year peak rainfall. So this itself tells us about the need for resilience. So resilience in structural engineering now is established, the need for resilience. That means we talking about 1.5 overload factor or partial safety factor and just saying that my structure is safe is not safe enough in future because the loads are exceeding. By the time we estimate the real loads, we will cross the hazard. So we examine the strategies and techniques used to design against these hazards and build in the resilience to the structure. And so we have to estimate the risk and we have to see how big they are. And when they fail, people may be killed. But no human activity is risk-free. So how safe is safe enough is the question actually in resilience. So we have worked on it, on arriving at the mitigation measures in various types of projects, whether it is earthquake or cyclone, fire and all, which I'll be talking today and sharing the. So today I'll be talking about floods, landslides, earthquakes, soil settlement, fire, man-made errors, and poor water pressure due to flooding and cyclones and terrorist attacks. So this is the Gujarat earthquake, and the examples that I'm going to talk about today is Gujarat earthquake and 26-storied residential towers where we had the uplift of the raft itself. And then Bangalore building stability after the soil failure and power transmission towers, mitigation and communication towers, IT park restoration after accident and blast resistant structures. This also we can build in the resilience in the structures against blast. So what are the mitigation measures that we can handle? One is the materials. In the materials, we can go for fiber reinforcing and latticed concrete. Latticed concrete is the one which has a lot of resilience in the basic concrete itself. And then structural systems, we have to build in the robustness and redundancy. And design philosophy, limit state design we have with the partial safety factors and ductile detailing. That is, ductile detailing is the built-in resilience for earthquake resistance. Next, dynamic damping for wind resistance and base isolation for seismic resistant design and uncertainty modeling. This is the latest trend in the structural engineering. That means we can estimate the risk, we can estimate the probable load increase in the coming life of the structure and then design for that overload factor. That is loads, estimated loads, change in the material properties and change in the geometry of the structure. So this already is in the research stage and very soon it is going to come into the codes in the coming 2 decades. So floods, we have material cover and protection, and then landslides, we have to do the ground improvement and reinforce the soils. Earthquakes, we have to do the structural model and then isolate the foundations and damping we have to build in, and codal provisions we have to follow. Soil settlement, monitoring and timely restoration. Fire, man-made errors. I don't know what is the time available for me. Because it's a very important thing. Yeah, thank you. So man-made errors, we have engineering methods and enforcement. Pore water pressure relief wells, we can give the relief wells for the pore water pressure. That's actually practical example I'll share how it helped us, relief well. And cyclones, mitigation measures, and terrorist attacks, security surveillance, and then blast resistant structures. This is an example of fiber reinforced concrete, how resilient it can be. A bendable concrete. This is already there, available. So we can have a concrete, that means we have the resilience in concrete. Most of the projects, most of the structures fail because of the failure in compression. You know, we know ultimate failure of any structure is by buckling in concrete, in compression. So that is the thing, and if we can handle that, we can handle the failure. Next is the flood resistant material. Making a building flood resistant involves use of resilient materials. Again, the cover, and protecting the structural foundation against the cover. So these are all the important things. And some of the flood resistant materials include glazed brick, concrete blocks, and glass block, and stone with waterproof grouts, and then naturally decay material, resistant lumbers, and marine grade plywood and cement boards. These are all the materials that we can use against flood. Next, fire resistance. When we talk about fire resistance, it is the encased steel structure. Normally we use steel structures, but if we encase with concrete, the fire resistance will increase. And then we have the intumescent paint and vermiculite clay, which will increase the fire rating of the structure, whether it is concrete or steel. And board systems. We have the cement board that we can cover the steel structures to increase the fire rating. Next is the structural systems. We have moment resting frames. That is a very primitive thing, which has, let us say, if we have 10% resilience in frames, in braced frame, we can get 20% resilience. Then, if we go for shear walls and core systems, we can increase the resilience to 50%. So that's what. So we have to choose the structural system depending on the resilience required. This is the resilience-based design. So now I'll go into the case studies. Hyderabad flood, we have done the study and we have prepared the mitigation plan for Hyderabad flood. And now you must be aware, Hyderabad is implementing strategic Nala development project. That means to mitigate the floods in future, they have implemented. So this is the study we did, identified all the lakes, their capacity. Lakes are being encroached everywhere. We are very well, so we cannot do anything about it. But what is the available lake now and how we can protect, and then which lakes have excess capacity compared to their catchment area and which have under capacity. So we connect these lakes through the nalas and then we mitigate the flood. So this is the plan we have prepared and submitted to the Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation. Next is the deep excavation soil collapse. We have taken all the measures like shoring for a 20-meter deep excavation adjacent to a building, but still we had a mitigation plan. If it collapses, what should be the mitigation? So that also we did. So we installed the structural health monitoring systems before excavation only. And it really helped us with the data when it collapsed, how much damage it has caused to the structure and is it safe to be reoccupied. So this kind of resilience, so this is the collapse of earth and still the building was safe and we had to convince the people to occupy the building immediately with this structural health monitoring. So that is the mitigation. So we have done the rescue and relief operation for the collapsed earth within 48 hours and reoccupied the building within 60 hours. So this is the mitigation and the resilience how we have utilized by monitoring. Next is the earthquake. So earthquake on January 26th, Gujarat, I was there on 30th January in Ahmedabad to assess the damage for the building and we drafted the damage assessment code along with Professor A.S. Arya. So these are all the structure condition, but still they have not collapsed. So there is a resilience in the structures. So we had to utilize that resilience and rebuild the structures without demolishing. And we had formulated the guideline for restoring and retrofitting the structure and given guidelines because it was a massive reconstruction in Gujarat wherein we have come up with a simple empirical formula to reduce the stiffness difference between stilt floors, open stilt floors and the infill walls. So that we have given and they could immediately restore those buildings and give the resilience to the structure. Now, if we have to design buildings afresh, any new buildings, now we have the latest technologies like base isolation and we have the different base isolation methods which will reduce the loading itself and then we have the damping systems. So this is the seismic mass dampers and we have the viscous dampers and we have the friction dampers, we have the yielding dampers. So these are all available different. I have come across in Japan a building being designed with 5 types of dampers and retrofitting the buildings, existing buildings. Same thing we can do in India also. And we are all aware Delhi is the highest risk seismic hazard now. So we have to take measures to do that. So next is the ductility detailing as per 13920 code. And if we strictly do that, we will build in the resilience automatically in the beams and columns, the column reinforcement and detailing. Next is an interesting resilience that I have done in a project of a water retaining structure. It's an aqueduct of 1.2 kilometers, wherein we had to do 2-stage casting of concrete. One is the base slab and then wall. So before casting of wall, there was a settlement of the soil and there was a crack in the slab. So then we had casted the wall in a W shape, wherein the crack got closed due to compression, because once the wall is cast, the neutral axis comes down and slab will be in compression, so we didn't have to bother. So this is the kind of structural resilience that we have in structures, and we can utilize that and rebuild the structures. Next is the fire. Very good example. Of course, I had many examples, but I will share this. This is reinforcement exposed in a flat slab. Completely exposed reinforcement, and then drop panels also. You can see, but this structure was safe. You know how we got resilience in this structure is because of the post-tensioning. We did the post-tensioning in the slab, and that saved the structure, and we could restore the structure to its original capacity. by doing the shotcreting and rebuilding the structure. Next is the same PT slabs. During construction, we have a problem. Like, when the building length increases, is more than 45 meters, you can't do two-side stressing also. So then we have to have a pore strip in the flat slabs. But this pore strip is a problem like when you don't provide counterprops for enough. Normally we provide counterprops for one floor, but here in this project we have to provide for 3 floors. We provided the counterprops for 3 floors, but concreting happens in the night, 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock. And so the workers, we don't have control. They have removed the counterprops at one level. And then with the pore strip, the span of the slab has become 8 meters and it has cracked. So this is the cracks condition of that slab. So we had to restore. So this is the pore strip and these are the cracks after removal of the props, and we restored that structure by jacking up. This is again resilience in structures. We could utilize that resilience and then rebuild the structure. And I had a... Here, sorry, I didn't explain. So here 2 levels of counterprops are there. So this removed counterprop has caused the damage. So this kind of resilience we can use, and we have restored the structure successfully. Next is the flooding, rising pore water pressure. This is another example which we handled in practical case. So this is the damage in the podium columns. There are 2 towers of residential. In between there is a podium slab, and due to the flooding and pore water pressure raise, the whole podium got lifted. So this is the podium structure. Can you imagine this structure is being lifted by almost like 200 mm, 250 mm up due to the pore water pressure. So this is the representation of that lift actually. And we restored this just by providing a relief well and reconstructing the columns, the damaged columns restoring, and then the structure got restored. This is the water table study that we have done in the area, and we have provided the relief well, and then it worked successfully. Next is the cyclone. My experience in year 2000, we were given to study and provide hazard mitigation for AP cyclone for transmission network. So we have done the tower stability is mainly based on the performance of the legs, the lattice towers. So this is the tower that has collapsed. And one size clearly does not fit all when it comes to this. So we have done the plinth level stub corrosion, strengthening of leg members, strengthening of bracing, strengthening of foundation. So this is the mitigation that we have done, and we have drafted the design criteria. In fact, can you change the slide? Next slide. So whatever recommendations we have given have become the part of IS 875 now, 2016. The narrow front wind and coastal wind zone. Now IS 875 has incorporated coastal wind zone. So the structures that we design in coastal areas require separate design criteria. And these are all the strengthening measures we have done. And this is the strengthening of the bracing in the towers. Foundation is unhealthy base. It is better to do the strengthening. This is the foundation failures which we have restored by doing the filling of the soil. Upgradation is the process of increasing the capacity. So we have done the upgradation of the transmission lines also by increasing the peak height. So review the design criteria and construction practices, coastal zone, narrow front wind and survival speed, minimum depth of foundation and plinth height we have revised, retrofit existing critical infrastructure for community resilience, prepare hazard mitigation plan periodically. This is our recommendation. adopt from other similar zones. Like we know that this climate change will affect the wind speeds and flooding. We have to keep changing that basis and make pre-monsoon inspection of structures mandatory. You know, we have seismic qualification of the structures to be done once in every 5 years. That is a mitigation measure for seismic resistance. Same way for cyclones also, we have to do the pre-monsoon inspection. Strict adherence to CVC norms, Central Vigilance Commission in quality. So these are our recommendations. Finally, the terrorist attack. And one more important thing I want to suggest for the cyclone. For example, we have the spun concrete poles, which we use for distribution network. We have pre-stressed concrete I-section poles. We have steel I-section poles. So if you see the resilience, I-section pole is the least actually. Next comes the pre-stressed concrete. Next comes the spun concrete poles. So we have recommended use of spun concrete poles for all the distribution networks in cyclone prone area because of their resilience to torsion actually. So this is the very important point. Next is the terrorist attack. We are aware that World Trade Center fire rating saved many lives. Fire rating saved many lives. But still structural system did not save. So that is why we have to have blast resistant structures and we have to use base isolation against this one, robustness and redundant structural systems and the redundancy in infrastructure. Then emergency restoration and latticed concrete. In fact, we have designed some of the blast resistant structures for defense, which I cannot name because of the confidentiality, but we have done the buildings 60 meters below ground, which are resilient to nuclear attack. So we have a design like 15G acceleration due to nuclear attack. Normally, our highest earthquake ground acceleration is 0.4 G. Whereas with the nuclear attack, the acceleration ground acceleration can go to 15 G. And that we had to damp to 0.6 G. So this is actually part of my analysis where by using the damping systems and by using the isolation, we could do the damping in blast resistant and build the blast resistance to the structure. That is the resilience we built. So finally, the conclusion for my topic today is engineering the structure with the proper risk and hazard assessment should be made mandatory. Risk assessment should be made mandatory and drafting proper design basis for resilient structures with the recommendations that I have given for materials and the structural system and uncertainty modeling for materials, loads and geometry and robustness and redundancy in structural system should be, we do the robust analysis, particularly for precast buildings. We have to do the robust analysis. Steel buildings also, we have to do the robust analysis. Same way, when we have to build resilient structures for hazard, we have to make it mandatory to do the robustness analysis. Thorough investigation for all aspects like flooding, pore water pressure and wind speeds, all that has to be done. And selection of materials and right code provisions. And finally, resilience in structures in disaster-prone areas shall be part of design basis and not an option. So this is my recommendation, and I thank organizers for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable knowledge on architectural engineering, understanding the concept of structural resilience, the impact of climate change and natural disasters in today's design and so on. I now invite Mr. P.A. Salahuddin, Chairman, Institute of Engineering India, Cochin Center, and Mr. Nebu Abraham to present the memento to Engineer Surya Prakash.
Sorry, there is an announcement. Actually, we were planning to have the panel discussion now, but unfortunately, our key panelist, Mr. Jitin Shah from Colliers, he has had to return to his base on an urgent commitment. He had a message from home and we had to rush back. So therefore, we are forced to cancel the panel discussion scheduled for now. So we shall be meeting again tomorrow morning at 10:30 to listen to Ankur Modi speaking on innovations in urban design, building the cities of tomorrow, and also Padma Bhushan Sridharan sir giving us the first annual CP lecture. So we expect all of you here by 10:50 tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. Thanks for your active participation. Thank you. Oh yeah. There is tea for you. There is tea outside, tea waiting for you.